This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche. A Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 5. Madame de PLOUGASTEL. The postilion drew rein, and the footman opened the door, letting down the steps and proffering his arm to his mistress, to assist her to alight, since that was the wish she had expressed. Then he opened one wing of the iron gates and held it for her. She was a woman of something more than 40, who once must have been very lovely, who was very lovely still, with the refining quality that age brings to some women. Her dress and carriage alike advertised great rank. "I take my leave here, since you have a visitor," said Andre-Louis. "But it is an old acquaintance of your own, Andre. You remember Madame la Comtesse de PLOUGASTEL." He looked at the approaching lady, whom Aline was now hastening forward to meet. And because she was named to him, he recognized her. He must, he thought, had he but looked, have recognized her without prompting anywhere at any time. And this although it was some 16 years since last he had seen her. The sight of her now brought it all back to him, a treasured memory that had never permitted itself to be entirely overlaid by subsequent events. When he was a boy of 10, on the eve of being sent to school at Rennes, she had come on a visit to his godfather, who was her cousin. It happened that at the time he had been taken by Rabouillet to the manor of Gavrillac, and there he had been presented to Madame de PLOUGASTEL, the great lady in all the glory then of her youthful beauty, with her gentle, cultured voice, so cultured that she had seemed to speak a language almost unknown to the little Breton lad, and her majestic air of the great world had scared him a little at first. Very gently had she allayed those fears of his, and by some mysterious enchantment she had completely enslaved his regard. He recalled now the terror in which he had gone to the embrace to which he was bidden, and the subsequent reluctance with which he had left those soft, round arms. He remembered, too, how sweetly she had smelled, and the very perfume she had used, a perfume as of lilac, for memory is singularly tenacious in these matters. For 3 days, whilst she had been at Gavrillac, he had gone daily to the manor, and so had spent hours in her company. A childless woman with the maternal instinct strong within her, she had taken this precociously intelligent, wide-eyed lad to her heart. "Give him to me, Cousin Quentin," he remembered her saying on the last of those days to his godfather. "Let me take him back with me to Versailles as my adopted child." But the seigneur had gravely shaken his head in silent refusal, and there had been no further question of such a thing. And then, when she said good-bye to him, the thing came flooding back to him now. There had been tears in her eyes. "Think of me sometimes, Andre-Louis," had been her last words. He remembered how flattered he had been to have won within so short a time the affection of this great lady. The thing had given him a sense of importance that had endured for months thereafter, finally to fade into oblivion. But all was vividly remembered now upon beholding her again, after 16 years, profoundly changed and matured. The girl, for she had been no more in those old days, sunk in this worldly woman, with the air of calm dignity and complete self-possession. Yet, he insisted, he must have known her anywhere again. Aline embraced her affectionately, and then answering the questioning glance with faintly raised eyebrows that Madame was directing toward Aline's companion, "This is Andre-Louis," she said. "You remember Andre-Louis, Madame?" Madame checked. Andre-Louis saw the surprise ripple over her face, taking with it some of her colour, leaving her for a moment breathless. And then the voice, the well-remembered, rich, musical voice, richer and deeper now than of yore, repeated his name. Andre-Louis. Her manner of uttering it suggested that it awakened memories. Memories, perhaps, of the departed youth with which it was associated. And she paused a long moment, considering him, a little wide-eyed, what time he bowed before her. "But of course I remember him," she said at last, and came towards him, putting out her hand. He kissed it dutifully, submissively, instinctively. "And this is what you have grown into?" She appraised him, and he flushed with pride at the satisfaction in her tone. He seemed to have gone back 16 years and to be again the little Breton lad at Gavrillac. She turned to Aline. How mistaken Quentin was in his assumptions. He was pleased to see him again, was he not? "So pleased, Madame, that he has shown me the door," said Andre-Louis. "Ah!" she frowned, conning him still with those dark, wistful eyes of hers. "We must change that, Aline. He is, of course, very angry with you. But it is not the way to make converts. I will plead for you, Andre-Louis. I am a good advocate." He thanked her and took his leave. "I leave my case in your hands with gratitude. My homage, madam." And so it happened that in spite of his godfather's forbidding reception of him, the fragment of a song was on his lips as his yellow chaise whirled him back to Paris and the Rue de Hussard. That meeting with Madame de PLOUGASTEL had enheartened him. Her promise to plead his case in alliance with Aline gave him assurance that all would be well. That he was justified of this was proven when on the following Thursday towards noon his academy was invaded by Monsieur de Kercadiou. Giles, the boy, brought him word of it, and breaking off at once the lesson upon which he was engaged, he pulled off his mask and went as he was, in a chamois waistcoat, buttoned to the chin, and with his foil under his arm, to the modest salon below, where his godfather awaited him. The florid little Lord of Gavrillac stood almost defiantly to receive him. "I have been over-persuaded to forgive you," he announced aggressively, seeming thereby to imply that he consented to this merely so as to put an end to tiresome importunities. Andre-Louis was not misled. He detected a pretense adopted by the seigneur so as to enable him to retreat in good order. "My blessings on the persuaders, whoever they may have been. You restore me my happiness, monsieur my godfather." He took the hand that was proffered and kissed it, yielding to the impulse of the unfailing habit of his boyish days. It was an act symbolical of his complete submission, re-establishing between himself and his godfather the bond of protected and protector, with all the mutual claims and duties that it carries. No mere words could more completely have made his peace with this man who loved him. M. de Kercadiou's face flushed a deeper pink. His lip trembled, and there was a huskiness in the voice that murmured, "My dear boy." Then he recollected himself, threw back his great head, and frowned. His voice resumed its habitual shrillness. "You realize, I hope, that you have behaved damnably, and with the utmost ingratitude." "Does not that depend upon the point of view?" quoth Andre-Louis, but his tone was studiously conciliatory. "It depends upon a fact, and not upon any point of view. Since I have been persuaded to overlook it, I trust that at least you have some intention of reforming." I will abstain from politics," said Andre-Louis, that being the utmost he could say with truth. "That is something, at least." His godfather permitted himself to be mollified, now that a concession, or a seeming concession, had been made to his just resentment. "A chair, monsieur?" No. I have come to carry you off to pay a visit with me. You owe it entirely to Madame de Plougastel that I consent to receive you again. I desire that you come with me to thank her." "I have my engagements here," began Andre-Louis, and then broke off. "No matter. I will arrange it. A moment." And he was turning away to re-enter the academy. "What are your engagements? You are not by chance a fencing instructor?" M. de Kercadiou had observed the leather waistcoat and the foil tucked under Andre-Louis' arm. "I am the master of this academy, the academy of the late Bertrand des Amis, the most flourishing school of arms in Paris today." M. de Kercadiou's brows went up. "And you are the master of it?" "Maître en fait d'armes. I succeeded to the academy upon the death of des Amis." He left M. Kercadiou to think it over, and went to make his arrangements and effect the necessary changes in his toilette. "So, that is why you have taken to wearing a sword," said M. de Kercadiou as they climbed into his waiting carriage. "That, and the need to guard oneself in these times." "And do you mean to tell me that a man who lives by what is, after all, an honourable profession, a profession mainly supported by the nobility, can at the same time associate himself with these peddling attorneys and low pamphleteers who are spreading dissension and insubordination?" "You forget that I am a peddling attorney myself, made so by your own wishes, monsieur." M. de Kercadiou grunted and took snuff. "You say the academy flourishes?" he asked presently. "It does. I have 2 assistant instructors. I could employ a 3rd. It is hard work." "That should mean that your circumstances are affluent." "I have reason to be satisfied. I have far more than I need." "Then you'll be able to do your share in paying off this national debt," growled the nobleman, well content that as he conceived it, some of the evil Andre-Louis had helped to sow should recoil upon him. Then the talk veered to Madame de Plougastel. M. de Kercadiou, Andre-Louis gathered, but not the reason for it, disapproved most strongly of this visit. But then Madame la Comtesse was a headstrong woman, whom there was no denying, whom all the world obeyed. M. de Plougastel was at present absent in Germany, but would shortly be returning. It was an indiscreet admission from which it was easy to infer that Monsieur de Plougastel was one of those intriguing emissaries who came and went between the Queen of France and her brother, the Emperor of Austria. The carriage drew up before a handsome hotel in the Faubourg Saint-Denis, at the corner of the Rue Paradis, and they were ushered by a sleek servant into a little boudoir, all gilt and brocade, that opened upon a terrace above a garden that was a park in miniature. Here Madame awaited them. She rose, dismissing the young person who had been reading to her, and came forward with both hands outheld to greet her cousin Kercadiou. "I almost feared you would not keep your word," she said. "It was unjust. But then I hardly hoped that you would succeed in bringing him." And her glance, gentle and smiling welcome upon him, indicated Andre-Louis. The young man made answer with formal gallantry. "The memory of you, madame, is too deeply imprinted on my heart for any persuasions to have been necessary." "Ah, the courtier," said madame, and abandoned him her hand. "We are to have a little talk, Andre-Louis," she informed him with a gravity that left him vaguely ill at ease. They sat down, and for a while the conversation was of general matters, chiefly concerned, however, with Andre-Louis, his occupations, and his views. And all the while Madame was studying him attentively, with those gentle, wistful eyes, until again that sense of uneasiness began to pervade him. He realized instinctively that he had been brought here for some purpose deeper than that which had been avowed. At last, as if the thing were concerted, and the clumsy lord of Gavrillac was the last man in the world to cover his tracks, his godfather rose, and, upon a pretext of desiring to survey the garden, sauntered through the windows onto the terrace, over whose white stone balustrade the geraniums trailed in a scarlet riot. Thence he vanished among the foliage below. "Now we can talk more intimately," said Madame. "Come here, and sit beside me." She indicated the empty half of the settee she occupied. Andre-Louis went obediently, but a little uncomfortably. "You know," she said gently, placing a hand upon his arm, "that you have behaved very ill, that your godfather's resentment is very justly founded." "Madame, if I knew that, I should be the most unhappy, the most despairing of men." And he explained himself, as he had explained himself on Sunday to his godfather. "What I did because it was the only means to my hand in a country in which justice was paralyzed by privilege, to make war upon an infamous scoundrel who had killed my best friend, a wanton, brutal act of murder, which there was no law to punish. And as if that were not enough, forgive me if I speak with the utmost frankness, madam, he afterwards debauched the woman I was to have married." "Ah, mon Dieu!" she cried out. "Forgive me. I know that it is horrible. You perceive, perhaps, what I suffered, how I came to be driven. That last affair of which I am guilty, the riot that began in the Feydeau Theatre and afterwards enveloped the whole city of Nantes, was provoked by this." Who was she, this girl? It was like a woman, he thought, to fasten upon the unessential. "Oh, a theatre girl, a poor fool of whom I have no regrets. Labinet was her name. I was a player at the time in her father's troupe. That was after the Rennes business, when it was necessary to hide from such justice as exists in France. The gallows justice for unfortunates who are not born. This added wrong led me to provoke a riot in the theatre." "Poor boy," she said tenderly. "Only a woman's heart can realize what you must have suffered, and because of that, I can so readily forgive you. But now..." "Ah, but you don't understand, madame. If today I thought that I had none but personal grounds for having lent a hand in the holy work of abolishing privilege, I think I should cut my throat. My true justification lies in the insincerity of those who intended that the convocation of the States General should be a sham, mere dust in the eyes of the nation." "Was it not, perhaps, wise to have been insincere in such a matter?" He looked at her blankly. "Can it ever be wise, madam, to be insincere?" "Oh, indeed it can. Believe me, who am twice your age, and know my world." "I should say, madam, that nothing is wise that complicates existence, and I know of nothing that so complicates it as insincerity. Consider a moment the complications that have arisen out of this." "But surely, Andre-Louis, your views have not been so perverted that you do not see that a governing class is a necessity in any country?" "Why, of course, but not necessarily a hereditary one." "What else?" He answered her with an epigram. "Man, madam, is the child of his own work. Let there be no inheriting of rights but from such a parent. Thus a nation's best will always predominate, and such a nation will achieve greatly." "But do you account birth of no importance?" "Of none, madam, or else my own might trouble me." From the deep flush that stained her face, he feared that he had offended by what was almost an indelicacy. But the reproof that he was expecting did not come. Instead, "And does it not?" she asked. "Never, Andre?" "Never, madame. I am content." "You have never regretted your lack of parents' care?" He laughed, sweeping aside her sweet, charitable concern that was so superfluous. "On the contrary, madame, I tremble to think what they might have made of me, and I am grateful to have had the fashioning of myself." She looked at him for a moment, very sadly, and then, smiling, gently shook her head. "You do not want self-satisfaction. Yet I could wish that you saw things differently, Andre. It is a moment of great opportunities for a young man of talent and spirit. I could help you. I could help you, perhaps, to go very far, if you would permit yourself to be helped after my fashion." "Yes," he thought, "help me to a halter by sending me on treasonable missions to Austria on the Queen's behalf, like Monsieur de Plougastel. That would certainly end in a high position for me." Aloud, he answered more as politeness prompted. "I am grateful, madame, but you will see that, holding the ideals I have expressed, I could not serve any cause that is opposed to their realization." "You are misled by prejudice, Andre-Louis, by personal grievances Will you allow them to stand in the way of your advancement? If what I call ideals were really prejudices, would it be honest of me to run counter to them whilst holding them? If I could convince you that you are mistaken, I could help you so much to find a worthy employment for the talents you possess. In the service of the king, you would prosper quickly. Will you think of it, Andre-Louis, and let us talk of this again?" He answered her with formal, chill politeness. "I fear that it would be idle, madam. Yet your interest in me is very flattering, and I thank you. It is unfortunate for me that I am so headstrong." "And now who deals in insincerity?" she asked him. "Ah, but you see, madame, it is an insincerity that does not mislead." And then M. de Kercadiou came in through the window again, and announced fussily that he must be getting back to Meudon, and that he would take his godson with him and set him down at the Rue de Hasard. "You must bring him again, Quentin," the Countess said, as they took their leave of her. "Some day, perhaps," said M. de Kercadiou vaguely, and swept his godson out. In the carriage he asked him bluntly of what Madame had talked. "She was very kind, a sweet woman," said Andre-Louis pensively. "Devil take you! I didn't ask you the opinion that you presume to have formed of her. I asked you what she said to you." "She strove to point out to me the error of my ways. She spoke of great things that I might do, to which she would very kindly help me, if I were to come to my senses. But as miracles do not happen, I gave her little encouragement to hope." I see. Did she say anything else?" He was so peremptory that Andre-Louis turned to look at him. "What else did you expect her to say, monsieur my godfather?" "Oh, nothing." "Then she fulfilled your expectations." "Eh? Oh, 1,000 devils! Why can't you express yourself in a sensible manner that a plain man can understand without having to think about it?" He sulked after that most of the way to the Rue de Hasard, or so it seemed to Andre-Louis. At least he sat silent, gloomily thoughtful, to judge by his expression. "You may come and see us soon again, at Meudon," he told Andre-Louis at parting. "But please remember, no revolutionary politics in future, if we are to remain friends." End of Book 3, Chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 6. Politicians. One morning in August, the Academy in the Rue de Hasard was invaded by Le Chapelier, accompanied by a man of remarkable appearance, whose Herculean stature and disfigured countenance seemed vaguely familiar to Andre-Louis. He was a man of little, if anything, over 30, with small, bright eyes buried in an enormous face. His cheekbones were prominent, his nose awry, as if it had been broken by a blow, and his mouth was rendered almost shapeless by the scars of another injury. A bull had horned him in the face when he was but a lad. As if that were not enough to render his appearance terrible, his cheeks were deeply pockmarked. He was dressed untidily in a long scarlet coat that descended almost to his ankles, soiled buckskin breeches and boots with reversed tops. His shirt, none too clean, was open at the throat, the collar hanging limply over an unknotted cravat, displaying fully the muscular neck that rose like a pillar from his massive shoulders. He swung a cane that was almost a club in his left hand, and there was a cockade in his biscuit-coloured conical hat. He carried himself with an aggressive, masterful air, that great head of his thrown back, as if he were eternally at defiance. Le Chapelier, whose manner was very grave, named him to Andre-Louis. "This is Monsieur Danton, president of the Cordeliers, of whom you will have heard." Of course Andre-Louis had heard of him. Who had not by then? Looking at him now with interest, Andre-Louis wondered how it came that all, or nearly all, the leading innovators were pockmarked. Mirabeau, the journalist Desmoulins, the philanthropist Marat, Robespierre, the little lawyer from Arras, this formidable fellow Danton, and several others he could call to mind, all bore upon them the scars of smallpox. Almost he began to wonder, was there any connection between the two? Did an attack of smallpox produce certain moral results which found expression in this way? He dismissed the idle speculation, or rather it was shattered by the startling thunder of Danton's voice. "This," expletive deleted, "Chapelier has told me of you. He says that you are a patriotic," expletive deleted. More than by the tone was Andre-Louis startled by the obscenities with which the Colossus did not hesitate to interlard his first speech to a total stranger. He laughed outright. There was nothing else to do. "If he has told you that, he has told you more than the truth. I am a patriot. The rest my modesty compels me to disavow." "You are a joker, too, it seems," roared the other. But he laughed nevertheless, and the volume of it shook the windows. "There's no offence in me. I am like that." "What a pity," said Andre-Louis. It disconcerted the king of the markets. "Eh? What's this, Chapelier? Does he give himself airs, your friend here?" The spruce Breton, a very petit maître in appearance by contrast with his companion, but nevertheless of a downright manner quite equal to Danton's in brutality, though dispensing with the emphasis of foulness, shrugged as he answered him. "It is merely that he doesn't like your manners, which is not at all surprising. They are execrable." "Ah, bah! You are all like that, you Bretons. Let's come to business. You'll have heard what took place in the Assembly yesterday. You haven't? My God, where do you live? Have you heard that this scoundrel, who calls himself King of France, gave passage across French soil the other day to Austrian troops going to crush those who fight for liberty in Belgium? Have you heard that by any chance?" "Yes," said Andre-Louis coldly, masking his irritation before the other's hectoring manner. "I have heard that." "Oh, and what do you think of it?" Arms akimbo, the Colossus towered above him. Andre-Louis turned aside to Le Chapelier. "I don't think I understand. Have you brought this gentleman here to examine my conscience?"
"Name of name! He's prickly as a porcupine," Danton protested.
"No, no." Le Chapelier was conciliatory, seeking to provide an antidote to the irritant administered by his companion. "We require your help, Andre. Danton here thinks that you are the very man for us. Listen now."
"That's it, you tell him," Danton agreed. "You both talk the same mincing sort of French. He'll probably understand you."
Le Chapelier went on without heeding the interruption. "This violation by the king of the obvious rights of a country engaged in framing a constitution that shall make it free has shattered every philanthropic illusion we still cherished. There are those who go so far as to proclaim the king the vowed enemy of France, but that, of course, is excessive."
"Who says so?"
blazed Danton, and swore horribly by way of conveying his total disagreement. Le Chapelier waved him into silence and proceeded. "Anyhow, the matter has been more than enough, added to all the rest, to set us by the ears again in the Assembly. It is open war between the Third Estate and the Privileged."
"Was it ever anything else?"
"Perhaps not, but it has assumed a new character. You'll have heard of the duel between Lameth and the Duc de Castries."
"A trifling affair."
"In its results, but it might have been far other. Mirabeau is challenged and insulted now at every sitting, but he goes his way cold-bloodedly wise. Others are not so circumspect. They meet insult with insult, blow with blow, and blood is being shed in private duels. The thing is reduced by these swordsmen of the nobility to a system."
Andre-Louis nodded. He was thinking of Philippe de Vilmorin. "Yes," he said. "It is an old trick of theirs. It is so simple and direct, like themselves. I wonder only that they didn't hit upon this system sooner. In the early days of the States General, at Versailles, it might have had a better effect. Now it comes a little late." "But they mean to make up for lost time, sacred name!" cried Danton. "Challenges are flying right and left between these bully swordsmen, these SPADASSINICIDES, and poor devils of the Robe who have never learnt to fence with anything but a quill. It's just murder. Yet if I were to go amongst Messieurs les Nobles and crunch an addled head or two with this stick of mine, snap a few aristocratic necks between these fingers which the good God has given me for the purpose, the law would send me to atone upon the gallows. This in a land that is striving after liberty. Why, Dieu, madame, I am not even allowed to keep my hat on in the theatre, but these...
Expletive deleted. "He is right," said Le Chapelier. "The thing has become unendurable, insufferable. 2 days ago, M. d'Amblay threatened Mirabeau with his cane before the whole Assembly. Yesterday, M. de Faucigny leapt up and harangued his order by inviting murder. 'Why don't we fall on these scoundrels sword in hand?' he asked. Those were his very words. 'Why don't we fall on these scoundrels sword in hand?'"
"It is so much simpler than law-making," said Andre-Louis.
"Lagron, the deputy from Ancenis in the Loire, said something that we did not hear in answer. As he was leaving the manège, one of these bullies grossly insulted him. Legrand no more than used his elbow to push past when the fellow cried out that he had been struck and issued his challenge. They fought this morning early in the Champs-Élysées, and Legrand was killed, run through the stomach deliberately by a man who fought like a fencing master. And poor Legrand did not even own a sword. He had to borrow one to go to the assignation." Andre-Louis, his mind ever on Vilmorin, whose case was here repeated even to the details, was swept by a gust of passion. He clenched his hands and his jaws set. Danton's little eyes observed him keenly. "Well, and what do you think of that? Noblesse oblige, eh?
The thing is, we must oblige them too, these... Expletive deleted. We must pay them back in the same coin. Meet them with the same weapons. Abolish them. Tumble these assassinatures into the abyss of nothingness by the same means.
But how?
How? Name of God! Haven't I said it?
This is where we require your help, Le Chapelier put in. There must be men of patriotic feeling among the more advanced of your pupils. Monsieur Danton's idea is that a little band of these, say a half-dozen, with yourself at their head, might read these bullies a sharp lesson.
Andre-Louis frowned. And how precisely had Monsieur Danton thought that this might be done? Monsieur Danton spoke for himself vehemently. Why, thus. We post you in the manège at the hour when the assembly is rising. We point out the 6 leading phlebotomists, and let you loose to insult them before they have time to insult any of the representatives. Then, tomorrow morning, 6 phlebotomists, themselves phlebotomized secundum artem. That will give the others something to think about. It will give them a great deal to think about by... Expletive deleted. If necessary, the dose may be repeated to ensure a cure. If you kill the... Expletive deleted. So much the better.
He paused, his sallow face flushed with the enthusiasm of his idea. Andre-Louis stared at him inscrutably.
Well, what do you say to that?
That it is most ingenious. And Andre-Louis turned aside to look out of the window.
And is that all you think of it?
I will not tell you what else I think of it, because you probably would not understand. For you, Monsieur Danton, there is at least this excuse that you did not know me. But you, Isaac, to bring this gentleman here with such a proposal... Le Chapelier was overwhelmed in confusion. I confess I hesitated, he apologized. But Monsieur Danton would not take my word for it that the proposal might not be to your taste.
I would not!
Danton broke in, bellowing. He swung upon Le Chapelier, brandishing his great arms.
You told me that Monsieur was a patriot. Patriotism knows no scruples. You call this mincing, dancing master a patriot?
Would you, monsieur, out of patriotism, consent to become an assassin?
Of course I would. Haven't I told you so? Haven't I told you that I would gladly go among them with my club and crack them like so many fleas?
Why not, then?
Why not? Because I should get myself hanged. Haven't I said so?
But what of that? Being a patriot. Why not, like another Curtius, jump into the gulf, since you believe that your country would benefit by your death? Monsieur Danton showed signs of exasperation.
Because my country will benefit more by my life.
Permit me, monsieur, to suffer from a similar vanity.
You? But where would be the danger to you? You would do your work under the cloak of dueling, as they do.
Have you reflected, monsieur, that the law will hardly regard a fencing master who kills his opponent as an ordinary combatant? Particularly if it can be shown that the fencing master himself provoked the attack?
So, name of name!
Monsieur Danton blew out his cheeks and delivered himself with withering scorn.
It comes to this, then. You are afraid.
You may think so if you choose. That I am afraid to do slyly, and treacherously that which a thrasonical patriot like yourself is afraid of doing frankly and openly. I have other reasons, but that one should suffice you." Danton gasped. Then he swore more amazingly and variedly than ever. "By," expletive deleted, "you are right," he admitted, to Andre-Louis' amazement. "You are right, and I am wrong. I am as bad a patriot as you are, and I am a coward as well." And he invoked the whole pantheon to witness his self-denunciation. "Only, you see, I count for something, and if they take me and hang me, why, there it is. Monsieur, we must find some other way. Forgive the intrusion. Adieu!" He held out his enormous hand. Le Chapelier stood hesitating, crestfallen. "You understand, Andre. I am sorry that—" "Say no more, please. Come and see me soon again. I would press you to remain, but it is striking 9, and the first of my pupils is about to arrive." "Nor would I permit it," said Danton. "Between us, we must resolve the riddle of how to extinguish Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr and his friends." "Who?" Sharp as a pistol shot came that question as Danton was turning away. The tone of it brought him up short. He turned again, Le Chapelier with him. "I said Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr." "What has he to do with the proposal you were making me?" "He? Why, he is the phlebotomist-in-chief." And Le Chapelier added, "It is he who killed Legrand." "Not a friend of yours, is he?" wondered Danton. "And it is La Tour d'Azyr you desire me to kill?" asked Andre-Louis very slowly, after the manner of one whose thoughts are meanwhile pondering the subject. "That's it," said Danton, "and not a job for a prentice hand, I can assure you." "Ah, but this alters things," said Andre-Louis, thinking aloud. "It offers a great temptation." "Why, then?" The Colossus took a step towards him again. "Wait." He put up his hand. Then, with chin sunk on his breast, he paced away to the window, musing. Le Chapelier and Danton exchanged glances, then watched him, waiting, what time he considered. At first he almost wondered why he should not, of his own accord, have decided upon some such course as this to settle that long-standing account of Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr. What was the use of this great skill in fence that he had come to acquire, unless he could turn it to account to avenge Vilmorin, and to make Aline safe from the lure of her own ambition? It would be an easy thing to seek out La Tour d'Azyr, put a mortal affront upon him, and thus bring him to the point. Today this would be murder. Murder as treacherous as that which La Tour d'Azyr had done upon Philippe de Vilmorin. For today, the old positions were reversed, and it was Andre-Louis who might go to such an assignation without a doubt of the issue. It was a moral obstacle of which he made short work. But there remained the legal obstacle he had expounded to Danton. There was still a law in France, the same law which he had found it impossible to move against La Tour d'Azyr, but which would move briskly enough against himself in like case. And then, suddenly, as if by inspiration, he saw the way, a way which, if adopted, would probably bring La Tour d'Azyr to a poetic justice, bring him, insolent, confident, to thrust himself upon Andre-Louis' sword, with all the odium of provocation on his own side. He turned to them again, and they saw that he was very pale, that his great dark eyes glowed oddly. "There will probably be some difficulty in finding a suppliant for this poor Lagron," he said. "Our fellow countrymen will be none so eager to offer themselves to the swords of privilege." "True enough," said Le Chapelier gloomily, and then, as if suddenly leaping to the thing in Andre-Louis' mind, "Andre!" he cried. "Would you?" "It is what I was considering. It would give me a legitimate place in the Assembly. If your tour d'Azyrs choose to seek me out then, why, their blood will be upon their own heads. I shall certainly do nothing to discourage them." He smiled curiously. "I am just a rascal who tries to be honest. Scaramouche always, in fact. A creature of sophistries. Do you think that Ancenis would have me for its representative?" "Will it have omnes omnibus for its representative?" Le Chapelier was laughing, his countenance eager. "Ancenis will be convulsed with pride. It is not Rennes or Nantes, as it might have been had you wished it, but it gives you a voice for Brittany." "I should have to go to Ancenis." "No need at all. A letter from me to the municipality, and the municipality will confirm you at once. No need to move from here. In a fortnight at most the thing can be accomplished. It is settled then." Andre-Louis considered yet a moment. There was his academy, but he could make arrangements with Leduc and Galoche to carry it on for him whilst himself directing and advising. Leduc, after all, was become a thoroughly efficient master, and he was a trustworthy fellow. At need, a third assistant could be engaged. "Be it so," he said at last. Le Chapelier clasped hands with him, and became congratulatorily voluble, until interrupted by the red-coated giant at the door. "What exactly does it mean to our business, anyway?" he asked. "Does it mean that when you are a representative you will not scruple to skewer Monsieur le Marquis?" "If Monsieur le Marquis should offer himself to be skewered, as he no doubt will." "I perceive the distinction," said M. Danton, and sneered. "You've an ingenious mind." He turned to Le Chapelier. "What did you say he was, to begin with? A lawyer, wasn't it?" "Yes, I was a lawyer, and afterwards a mountebank." "And this is the result?" "As you say. And do you know that we are, after all, not so dissimilar, you and I?" "What?" "Once, like you, I went about inciting other people to go and kill the man I wanted dead. You'll say I was a coward, of course." Le Chapelier prepared to slip between them as the clouds gathered on the giant's brow. Then these were dispelled again, and the great laugh vibrated through the long room. "You've touched me for the second time, and in the same place. Oh, you can fence, my lad. We should be friends. Rue de Cordeliers is my address. Any expletive deleted scoundrel will tell you where Danton lodges. Desmoulins lives underneath. Come and visit us one evening. There's always a bottle for a friend." End of Book 3, Chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 7, The SPADASSINICIDES. After an absence of rather more than a week, Monsieur le Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr was back in his place on the Côte d'Oie of the National Assembly. Properly speaking, we should already at this date allude to him as the ci-devant Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr. For the time was September of 1790, 2 months after the passing, on the motion of that downright Breton leveller Le Chapelier, of the decree that nobility should no more be hereditary than infamy, that just as the brand of the gallows must not defile the possibly worthy descendants of one who had been convicted of evil, neither should the blazon advertising achievement glorify the possibly unworthy descendants of one who had proved himself good. And so the decree had been passed, abolishing hereditary nobility and consigning family escutcheons to the rubbish heap of things no longer to be tolerated by an enlightened generation of philosophers. Monsieur le Comte de Lafayette, who had supported the motion, left the Assembly as plain Monsieur Motier. The great tribune, Count Mirabeau, became plain Monsieur Rigetti, and Monsieur le Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr, just simple Monsieur Lesarques. The thing was done in one of those exaltations produced by the approach of the great national festival of the Champ de Mars, and no doubt it was thoroughly repented on the morrow by those who had lent themselves to it. Thus, although law by now, it was a law that no one troubled, just yet, to enforce. That, however, is by the way. The time, as I have said, was September, the day dull and showery, and some of the damp and gloom of it seemed to have penetrated the long hall of the manège, where, on their 8 rows of green benches, elliptically arranged in ascending tiers about the space known as la piste, sat some 800 or 900 of the representatives of the 3 orders that composed the nation. The matter under debate by the Constitution builders was whether the deliberating body to succeed the Constituent Assembly should work in conjunction with the King, whether it should be periodic or permanent, whether it should govern by 2 chambers or by 1. The Abbé Moreau, son of a cobbler, and therefore, in these days of antitheses, orator-in-chief of the party of the right, the blacks, as those who fought privileges losing battles were known, was in the tribune. He appeared to be urging the adoption of a 2-chambers system framed on the English model. He was, if anything, more long-winded and prosy even than his habit. His arguments assumed more and more the form of a sermon. The tribune of the National Assembly became more and more like a pulpit. But the members, conversely, less and less like a congregation. They grew restive under that steady flow of pompous verbiage, and it was in vain that the 4 ushers in black satin breeches and carefully powdered heads, chain of office on their breasts, gilded swords at their sides, circulated in the piste, clapping their hands and hissing, "Silence! En place!" Equally vain was the intermittent ringing of the bell by the president at his green-covered table facing the tribune. The Abbé Moreau had talked too long, and for some time had failed to interest the members. Realizing it at last, he ceased, whereupon the hum of conversation became general. And then it fell abruptly. There was a silence of expectancy and a turning of heads, a craning of necks. Even the group of secretaries at the round table below the president's dais roused themselves from their usual apathy to consider this young man who was mounting the tribune of the Assembly for the first time. Monsieur Andre-Louis Moreau, Deputy Suppleant, Vice Emmanuel Lagrange, deceased, for Ancenis, in the department of the Loire. Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr shook himself out of the gloomy abstraction in which he had sat. The successor of the deputy he had slain must, in any event, be an object of grim interest to him. You conceive how that interest was heightened when he heard him named, when, looking across, he recognized indeed in this Andre-Louis Moreau the young scoundrel who was continually crossing his path, continually exerting against him a deep-moving, sinister influence to make him regret that he should have spared his life that day at Gavrillac 2 years ago, that he should thus have stepped into the shoes of Lagrange, seemed to Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr too apt for mere coincidence, a direct challenge in itself. He looked at the young man in wonder, rather than in anger, and looking at him, he was filled by a vague, almost premonitory uneasiness. At the very outset, the presence which in itself he conceived to be a challenge was to demonstrate itself for this in no equivocal terms. "I come before you," Andre-Louis began, "as a deputy suppleant to fill the place of one who was murdered some 3 weeks ago." It was a challenging opening that instantly provoked an indignant outcry from the blacks. Andre-Louis paused and looked at them, smiling a little, a singularly self-confident young man. "The gentlemen of the right, Monsieur le Président, do not appear to like my words. But that is not surprising. The gentlemen of the right notoriously do not like the truth." This time there was an uproar. The members of the left roared with laughter. Those of the right thundered menacingly. The ushers circulated at a pace beyond their usual, agitated themselves, clapped their hands, and called in vain for silence. The president rang his bell. Above the general din came the voice of La Tour d'Azyr, who had half risen from his seat. "Mountebank, this is not the theatre." "No, monsieur. It is becoming a hunting ground for bully swordsmen," was the answer, and the uproar grew. The deputy suppleant looked around and waited. Near at hand he met the encouraging grin of Le Chapelier and the quiet approving smile of Kersain, another Breton deputy of his acquaintance. A little farther off he saw the great head of Mirabeau thrown back, the great eyes regarding him from under a frown in a sort of wonder, and yonder, among all the moving sea of faces, the sallow countenance of the heiress's lawyer Robespierre, or de Robespierre, as the little snob now called himself, having assumed the aristocratic particle as the prerogative of a man of his distinction in the councils of his country. With his tip-tilted nose in the air, his carefully curled head on one side, the deputy for Arras was observing Andre-Louis attentively. The horn-rimmed spectacles he used for reading were thrust up on his pale forehead, and it was through a levelled spy-glass that he considered the speaker. His thin-lipped mouth stretched a little in that tiger-cat smile that was afterwards to become so famous and so feared. Gradually the uproar wore itself out, and diminished, so that at last the president could make himself heard. Leaning forward, he gravely addressed the young man in the tribune. "Monsieur, if you wish to be heard, let me beg of you not to be provocative in your language." And then to the others, "Messieurs, if we are to proceed, I beg that you will restrain your feelings until the deputy suppleant has concluded his discourse." "I shall endeavour to obey, Monsieur le Président, leaving provocation to the gentleman of the right. If the few words I have used so far have been provocative, I regret it. But it was necessary that I should refer to the distinguished deputy whose place I come so unworthily to fill, and it was unavoidable that I should refer to the event which has procured us this sad necessity. The deputy Legrand was a man of singular nobility of mind, a selfless, dutiful, zealous man, inflamed by the high purpose of doing his duty by his electors and by this assembly. He possessed what his opponents would call a dangerous gift of eloquence." La Tour d'Azyr writhed at the well-known phrase, his own phrase, the phrase that he had used to explain his action in the matter of Philippe de Vilmorin, the phrase that from time to time had been cast in his teeth with such vindictive menace. And then the crisp voice of the witty Canal, that very rapier of the privileged party, cut short into the speaker's momentary pause. "Monsieur le Président," he asked with great solemnity, "has the deputy suppleant mounted the tribune for the purpose of taking part in the debate on the constitution of the legislative assemblies, or for the purpose of pronouncing a funeral oration upon the departed deputy Legrand?" This time it was the blacks who gave way to mirth until checked by the deputy suppleant. "That laughter is obscene." In this truly Gallic fashion, he flung his glove into the face of privilege, determined, you see, upon no half measures, and the rippling laughter perished on the instant, quenched in speechless fury. Solemnly he proceeded. "You all know how Legrand died. To refer to his death at all requires courage. To laugh in referring to it requires something that I will not attempt to qualify. If I have alluded to his decease, it is because my own appearance among you seemed to render some such allusion necessary. It is mine to take up the burden which he set down. I do not pretend that I have the strength, the courage, or the wisdom of Legrand. But with every ounce of such strength and courage and wisdom as I possess, that burden will I bear. And I trust, for the sake of those who might attempt it, that the means taken to impose silence upon that eloquent voice will not be taken to impose silence upon mine." There was a faint murmur of applause from the left, splutter of contemptuous laughter from the right. "Rhodomont!" a voice called to him. He looked in the direction of that voice, proceeding from the group of Spadassins amid the blacks across the piste, and he smiled. Inaudibly his lips answered, "No, my friend, Scaramouche, Scaramouche, the subtle, dangerous fellow who goes tortuously to his ends." Aloud he resumed, "Monsieur le Président, there are those who will not understand that the purpose for which we are assembled here is the making of laws by which France may be equitably governed, by which France may be lifted out of the morass of bankruptcy into which she is in danger of sinking. But there are some who want, it seems, not laws,
but blood. I solemnly warn them that this blood will end by choking them, if they do not learn in time to discard force and allow reason to prevail." Again in that phrase there was something that stirred a memory in La Tour d'Azyr. He turned in the fresh uproar to speak to his cousin Chabrillane, who sat beside him. "A daring rogue, this bastard of Gavrillac's," said he. Chabrillane looked at him with gleaming eyes, his face white with anger. "Let him talk himself out. I don't think he will be heard again after today. Leave this to me." Hardly could La Tour have told you why, but he sank back in his seat with a sense of relief. He had been telling himself that here was a matter demanding action, a challenge that he must take up. But despite his rage, he felt a singular unwillingness. This fellow had a trick of reminding him, he supposed, too unpleasantly of that young abbe done to death in the garden behind the Breton arm at Gavrillac. Not that the death of Philippe de Vilmorin lay heavily upon M. de La Tour d'Azyr's conscience. He had accounted himself fully justified of his action. It was that the whole thing, as his memory revived it for him, made an unpleasant picture. That distraught boy kneeling over the bleeding body of the friend he had loved, and almost begging to be slain with him, dubbing the Marquis murderer and coward to incite him. Meanwhile, leaving now the subject of the death of Legrand, the deputy suppliant had at last brought himself into order and was speaking upon the question under debate. He contributed nothing of value to it. He urged nothing definite. His speech on the subject was very brief, that being the pretext and not the purpose for which he had ascended the tribune. When later he was leaving the hall at the end of the sitting, with Le Chapelier at his side, he found himself densely surrounded by deputies as by a bodyguard. Most of them were Bretons, who aimed at screening him from the provocations which his own provocative words in the assembly could not fail to bring down upon his head. For a moment the massive form of Mirabeau brought up alongside of him. "Felicitations, Monsieur Moreau," said the great man. "You acquitted yourself very well. They will want your blood, no doubt. But be discreet, monsieur, if I may presume to advise you, and do not allow yourself to be misled by any false sense of quixotry. Ignore their challenges. I do so myself. I place each challenger upon my list. There are some 50 there already, and there they will remain. Refuse them what they are pleased to call satisfaction, and all will be well." Andre-Louis smiled and sighed. "It requires courage," said the hypocrite. "Of course it does. But you would appear to have plenty." "Hardly enough, perhaps, but I shall do my best." They had come through the vestibule, and although this was lined with eager blacks waiting for the young man who had insulted them so flagrantly from the rostrum, Andre-Louis' bodyguard had prevented any of them from reaching him. Emerging now into the open under the great awning at the head of the Carriage, erected to enable carriages to reach the door under cover, those in front of him dispersed a little, and there was a moment as he reached the limit of the awning when his front was entirely uncovered. Outside, the rain was falling heavily, churning the ground into thick mud, and for a moment Andre-Louis, with Le Chapelier ever at his side, stood hesitating to step out into the deluge. The watchful Chabrillane had seen his chance, and by a detour that took him momentarily out into the rain, he came face to face with the too daring young Breton. Rudely, violently, he thrust Andre-Louis back,
as if to make room for himself under the shelter. Not for a second was Andre-Louis under any delusion as to the man's deliberate purpose, nor were those who stood near him, who made a belated and ineffectual attempt to close about him. He was grievously disappointed. It was not Chabrillane he had been expecting. His disappointment was reflected on his countenance, to be mistaken for something very different by the arrogant Chevalier. But if Chabrillane was the man appointed to deal with him, he would make the best of it. "I think you are pushing against me, monsieur," he said very civilly, and with elbow and shoulder he thrust Monsieur de Chabrillane back into the rain. "I desire to take shelter, monsieur," the Chevalier hectored. "You may do so without standing on my feet. I have a prejudice against anyone standing on my feet. My feet are very tender. Perhaps you did not know it, monsieur. Please say no more." "Why, I wasn't speaking, you lout," exclaimed the Chevalier, slightly discomposed. "Were you not? I thought perhaps you were about to apologize." "Apologize?" Chabrillane laughed. "To you? Do you know that you are amusing?" He stepped under the awning for the second time, and again, in view of all, thrust Andre-Louis rudely back. "Ah!" cried Andre-Louis with a grimace. "You hurt me, monsieur. I have told you not to push against me." He raised his voice that all might hear him, and once more impelled Monsieur de Chabrillane back into the rain. Now, for all his slenderness, his assiduous daily sword practice had given Andre-Louis an arm of iron. Also, he threw his weight into the thrust. His assailant reeled backwards a few steps, and then his heel struck a balk of timber left on the ground by some workman that morning, and he sat down suddenly in the mud. A roar of laughter rose from all who witnessed the fine gentleman's downfall. He rose, mud bespattered, in a fury, and in that fury sprang at Andre-Louis. Andre-Louis had made him ridiculous, which was altogether unforgivable. "You shall meet me for this," he spluttered. "I shall kill you for it." His inflamed face was within a foot of Andre-Louis'. Andre-Louis laughed. In the silence, everybody heard the laugh and the words that followed. "Oh, is that what you wanted? But why didn't you say so before? You would have spared me the trouble of knocking you down. I thought gentlemen of your profession invariably conducted these affairs with decency, decorum, and a certain grace. Had you done so, you might have saved your breeches." "How soon shall we settle this?" snapped Chabrillane, livid with real fury. "Whenever you please, monsieur. It is for you to say when it will suit your convenience to kill me. I think that was the intention you announced, was it not?" Andre-Louis was suavity itself. "Tomorrow morning, in the Bois, perhaps you will bring a friend." "Certainly, monsieur. Tomorrow morning, then. I hope we shall have fine weather. I detest the rain." Chabrillane looked at him almost with amazement. Andre-Louis smiled pleasantly. "Don't let me detain you now, monsieur. We quite understand each other. I shall be in the Bois at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "That is too late for me, monsieur." "Any other hour would be too early for me. I do not like to have my habits disturbed. 9 o'clock or not at all, as you please." "But I must be at the Assembly at 9 for the morning session."
I am afraid, monsieur, you will have to kill me first, and I have a prejudice against being killed before 9 o'clock.
Now this was too complete a subversion of the usual procedure for M. de Chabrillane's stomach. Here was a rustic deputy assuming with him precisely the tone of sinister mockery which his class usually dealt out to their victims of the Third Estate. And to heighten the irritation, Andre-Louis, the actor, Scaramouche always, produced his snuff-box and proffered it with a steady hand to Le Chapelier before helping himself. Chabrillane, it seemed, after all that he had suffered, was not even to be allowed to make a good exit. "Very well, monsieur," he said. 9 o'clock, then, and we'll see if you'll talk as pertly afterwards." On that he flung away before the jeers of the provincial deputies. Nor did it soothe his rage to be laughed at by urchins all the way down the Rue Dauphine, because of the mud and filth that dripped from his satin breeches and the tails of his elegant striped coat. But though the members of the Third had jeered on the surface, they trembled underneath with fear and indignation. It was too much. Legrand killed by one of these bullies, and now his successor challenged and about to be killed by another of them on the very first day of his appearance to take the dead man's place. Several came now to implore Andre-Louis not to go to the Bois, to ignore the challenge and the whole affair, which was but a deliberate attempt to put him out of the way. He listened seriously, shook his head gloomily, and promised at last to think it over. He was in his seat again for the afternoon session as if nothing disturbed him. But in the morning, when the assembly met, his place was vacant, and so was M. de Chabrillane's. Gloom and resentment sat upon the members of the Third, and brought a more than usually acrid tone into their debates. They disapproved of the rashness of the new recruit to their body. Some openly condemned his lack of circumspection. Very few, and those only the little group in Le Chapelier's confidence, ever expected to see him again. It was, therefore, as much in amazement as in relief, that at a few minutes after 10, they saw him enter, calm, composed, and bland, and thread his way to his seat. The speaker occupying the rostrum at that moment, a member of the privileged, stopped short to stare in incredulous dismay. Here was something that he could not understand at all. Then, from somewhere, to satisfy the amazement on both sides of the assembly, a voice explained the phenomenon contemptuously. "They haven't met. He has shirked it at the last moment." It must be so, thought all. The mystification ceased, and men were settling back into their seats. But now, having reached his place, having heard the voice that explained the matter to the universal satisfaction, Andre-Louis paused before taking his seat. He felt it incumbent upon him to reveal the true fact. "Monsieur le Président, my excuses for my late arrival." There was no necessity for this. It was a mere piece of theatricality, such as it was not in Scaramouche's nature to forego. "I have been detained by an engagement of a pressing nature. I bring you also the excuses of M. de Chabrillane. He, unfortunately, will be permanently absent from this assembly in future." The silence was complete. Andre-Louis sat down. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 8. The Paladin of the Third. Monsieur le Chevalier de Chabrillane had been closely connected, you will remember, with the iniquitous affair in which Philippe de Vilmorin had lost his life. We know enough to justify a surmise that he had not merely been La Tour d'Azur's second in the encounter, but actually an instigator of the business. Andre-Louis may therefore have felt a justifiable satisfaction in offering up the Chevalier's life to the manes of his murdered friend. He may have viewed it as an act of common justice not to be procured by any other means. Also, it is to be remembered that Chabrillane had gone confidently to the meeting, conceiving that he, a practised ferrailleur, had to deal with a bourgeois utterly unskilled in swordsmanship. Morally, then, he was little better than a murderer, and that he should have tumbled into the pit he conceived that he dug for Andre-Louis was a poetic retribution. Yet notwithstanding all this, I should find the cynical note on which Andre-Louis announced the issue to the assembly utterly detestable, did I believe it sincere. It would justify Aline of the expressed opinion which she held in common with so many others who had come into close contact with him, that Andre-Louis was quite heartless. You have seen something of the same heartlessness in his conduct when he discovered the faithlessness of La Binet, although that is belied by the measures he took to avenge himself. His subsequent contempt of the woman I account to be born of the affection in which for a time he held her. That this affection was as deep as he first imagined, I do not believe, but that it was as shallow as he would almost be at pains to make it appear by the completeness with which he affects to have put her from his mind when he discovered her worthlessness, I do not believe. Nor, as I have said, do his actions encourage that belief. Then again, his callous cynicism in hoping that he had killed Binet is also an affectation. Knowing that such things as Binet are better out of the world, he can have suffered no compunction. He had, you must remember, that rarely level vision which sees things in their just proportions, and never either magnifies or reduces them by sentimental considerations. At the same time, that he should contemplate the taking of life with such complete and cynical equanimity, whatever the justification, is quite incredible. Similarly now, it is not to be believed that in coming straight from the Bois de Boulogne, straight from the killing of a man, he should be sincerely expressing his nature in alluding to the fact in terms of such outrageous flippancy. Not quite to such an extent was he the incarnation of Scaramouche, but sufficiently was he so ever to mask his true feelings by an arresting gesture, his true thoughts by an effective phrase. He was the actor, always, a man ever calculating the effect he would produce, ever avoiding self-revelation, ever concerned to overlay his real character by an assumed and quite fictitious one. There was in this something of impishness, and something of other things. Nobody laughed now at his flippancy. He did not intend that anybody should. He intended to be terrible, and he knew that the more flippant and casual his tone, the more terrible would be its effect. He produced exactly the effect he desired. What followed in a place where feelings and practices had become what they had become is not difficult to surmise. When the session rose, there was a dozen spadassins awaiting him in the vestibule, and this time the men of his own party were less concerned to guard him. He seemed so entirely capable of guarding himself. He appeared, for all his circumspection, to have so completely carried the war into the enemy's camp, so completely to have adopted their own methods, that his fellows scarcely felt the need to protect him as yesterday. As he emerged, he scanned that hostile file, whose air and garments marked them so clearly for what they were. He paused, seeking the man he expected, the man he was anxious to oblige. But M. de La Tour d'Azyr was absent from those eager ranks. This seemed to him odd. La Tour d'Azyr was Chabrienne's cousin and closest friend. Surely he should have been among the first today. The fact was that La Tour d'Azyr was too deeply overcome by amazement and grief at the utterly unexpected event. Also, his vindictiveness was held curiously in leash. Perhaps he, too, remembered the part played by Chabrienne in the affair at Gavrillac, and saw in this obscure Andre-Louis Moreau, who had so persistently persecuted him ever since, an ordained avenger. The repugnance he felt to come to the point with him, particularly after this culminating provocation, was puzzling even to himself. But it existed, and it curbed him now. To Andre-Louis, since La Tour was not one of that waiting pack, it mattered little on that Tuesday morning who should be the next. The next, as it happened, was the young Vicomte de la Motte Royau, one of the deadliest blades in the group. On the Wednesday morning, coming again an hour or so late to the assembly, Andre-Louis announced, in much the same terms as he had announced the death of Chabrienne, that Monsieur de la Motte Royau would probably not disturb the harmony of the assembly for some weeks to come, assuming that he were so fortunate as to recover ultimately from the effects of an unpleasant accident, with which he had quite unexpectedly had the misfortune to meet that morning. On Thursday, he made an identical announcement with regard to the Vidame de Blavon. On Friday, he told them that he had been delayed by Monsieur de Troisquintin, and then, turning to the members of the Côte d'Oie, and lengthening his face to a sympathetic gravity, "I am glad to inform you, messieurs, that Monsieur de Troisquintin is in the hands of a very competent surgeon, who hopes with care to restore him to your counsels in a few weeks' time." It was paralyzing, fantastic, unreal, and friend and foe in that assembly sat alike stupefied under those bland daily announcements. 4 of the most redoubtable spadassinicides put away for a time, one of them dead, and all this performed with such an air of indifference and announced in such casual terms by a wretched little provincial lawyer. He began to assume in their eyes a romantic aspect. Even that group of philosophers of the Côte Gauche, who refused to worship any force but the force of reason, began to look upon him with a respect and consideration which no oratorical triumphs could ever have procured him. And from the assembly, the fame of him oozed out gradually over Paris. Desmoulins wrote a panegyric upon him in his paper Les Révolutions, wherein he dubbed him the Paladin of the Third Estate, a name that caught the fancy of the people and clung to him for some time. Disdainfully was he mentioned in the Acte d'Apôtre, the mocking organ of the privileged party, so light-heartedly and provocatively edited by a group of gentlemen afflicted by a singular mental myopy. The Friday of that very busy week in the life of this young man, who even thereafter is to persist in reminding us that he is not in any sense a man of action, found the vestibule of the manège empty of swordsmen when he made his leisurely and expectant egress between Le Chapelier and Kersain. So surprised was he that he checked in his stride. "Have they had enough?" he wondered, addressing the question to Le Chapelier. "They have had enough of you, I think," was the answer. "They will prefer to turn their attention to someone less able to take care of himself." Now this was disappointing. Andre-Louis had lent himself to this business with a very definite object in view. The slaying of Chabrillane had, as far as it went, been satisfactory. He had regarded that as a sort of acceptable hors d'oeuvre. But the three who had followed were no affair of his at all. He had met them with a certain amount of repugnance, and dealt with each as lightly as consideration of his own safety permitted. Was the baiting of him now to cease, whilst the man at whom he aimed had not presented himself? In that case, it would be necessary to force the pace. Out there under the awning, a group of gentlemen stood in earnest talk. Scanning the group in a rapid glance, Andre-Louis perceived Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr amongst them. He tightened his lips. He must afford no provocation. It must be for them to fasten their quarrels upon him. Already the Acte des Apôtres that morning had torn the mask from his face and proclaimed him the fencing master of the Rue de Hasard, successor to Bertrand des Amis. Hazardous as it had been hitherto for a man of his condition to engage in single combat, it was rendered doubly so by this exposure, offered to the public as an aristocratic apologia. Still, matters could not be left where they were, or he should have had all his pains for nothing. Carefully looking away from that group of gentlemen, he raised his voice so that his words must carry to their ears. "It begins to look as if my fears of having to spend the remainder of my days in the Bois were idle." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the stir his words created in that group. Its members had turned to look at him, but for the moment that was all. A little more was necessary. Pacing slowly along between his friends, he resumed. "But is it not remarkable that the assassin of Legrand should make no move against Legrand's successor? Or perhaps it is not remarkable. Perhaps there are good reasons. Perhaps the gentleman is prudent." He had passed the group by now, and he left that last sentence of his to trail behind him, and after it sent laughter, insolent and provoking. He had not long to wait. Came a quick step behind him, and a hand falling upon his shoulder spun him violently round. He was brought face to face with Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr, whose handsome countenance was calm and composed, but whose eyes reflected something of the sudden blaze of passion stirring in him. Behind him, several members of the group were approaching more slowly. The others, like Andre-Louis' two companions, remained at gaze. "You spoke of me, I think," said the Marquis quietly. "I spoke of an assassin? Yes. but to these my friends." Andre-Louis's manner was no less quiet. Indeed, the quieter of the two, for he was the more experienced actor. "You spoke loudly enough to be overheard," said the Marquis, answering the insinuation that he had been eavesdropping. "Those who wish to overhear frequently contrive to do so. I perceive that it is your aim to be offensive." "Oh, but you are mistaken, Monsieur le Marquis. I have no wish to be offensive. But I resent having hands violently laid upon me, especially when they are hands that I cannot consider clean. In the circumstances, I can hardly be expected to be polite." The elder man's eyelids flickered. Almost he caught himself admiring Andre-Louis's bearing. Rather, he feared that his own must suffer by comparison. Because of this, he enraged altogether and lost control of himself. "You spoke of me as the assassin of Lagran. I do not affect to misunderstand you. You expounded your views to me once before, and I remember." "But what flattery, monsieur!" "You called me an assassin then, because I used my skill to dispose of a turbulent hothead who made the world unsafe for me. But how much better are you, Monsieur the fencing master, when you oppose yourself to men whose skill is as naturally inferior to your own." Monsieur de La Tour Désir's friends looked grave, perturbed. It was really incredible to find this great gentleman so far forgetting himself as to descend to argument with a canaille of a lawyer swordsman, and what was worse, it was an argument in which he was being made ridiculous. "I oppose myself to them?" said Andre-Louis in a tone of amused protest. "Ah, pardon, Monsieur le Marquis. It is they who chose to oppose themselves to me, and so stupidly. They push me, they slap my face, they tread on my toes, they call me by unpleasant names. What if I am a fencing master? Must I, on that account, submit to every manner of ill-treatment from your bad-mannered friends? Perhaps had they found out sooner that I am a fencing master, their manners would have been better. But to blame me for that? What injustice!" "Comedian!" the Marquis contemptuously apostrophized him. "Does it alter the case? Are these men who have opposed you men who live by the sword like yourself?" "On the contrary, Monsieur le Marquis, I have found them men who died by the sword with astonishing ease. I cannot suppose that you desire to add yourself to their number." "And why, if you please?" La Tour d'Azur's face had flamed scarlet before that sneer. "Oh," Andre-Louis raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips a man considering. He delivered himself slowly. "Because, monsieur, you prefer the easy victim, the Legrands and Villemorins of this world, mere sheep for your butchering. That is why." And then the Marquis struck him. Andre-Louis stepped back. His eyes gleamed a moment. The next, they were smiling up into the face of his tall enemy. No better than the others, after all. Well, well. Remark, I beg you, how history repeats itself, with certain differences. Because poor Vilmorin could not bear a vile lie with which you goaded him, he struck you. Because you cannot bear an equally vile truth which I have uttered, you strike me. But always is the vileness yours. And now, as then, For the striker there is..." He broke off. "But why name it? You will remember what there is. Yourself you wrote it that day with the point of your too-ready sword. But there, I will meet you if you desire it, monsieur." "What else do you suppose that I desire? To talk?" Andre-Louis turned to his friends and sighed. "So that I am to go another jaunt to the Bois. Isaac, perhaps you will kindly have a word with one of these friends of Monsieur le Marquis and arrange for 9 o'clock tomorrow, as usual." "Not tomorrow," said the Marquis shortly to Le Chapelier. "I have an engagement in the country, which I cannot postpone." Le Chapelier looked at Andre-Louis. "Then, for Monsieur le Marquis's convenience, we will say Sunday, at the same hour." "I do not fight on Sunday. I am not a pagan to break the holy day." "But surely the good God would not have the presumption to damn a gentleman of Monsieur le Marquis's quality on that account." "Ah, well, Isaac, please arrange for Monday, if it is not a feast day, or monsieur has not some other pressing engagement. I leave it in your hands." He bowed with the air of a man wearied by these details, and threading his arm through Kersain's, withdrew. "Ah, Dieu de Dieu, but what a trick of it you have," said the Breton deputy, entirely unsophisticated in these matters. "To be sure I have. I have taken lessons at their hands." He laughed. He was in excellent good humour, and Kersain was enrolled in the ranks of those who accounted Andre-Louis a man without heart or conscience. But in his Confessions he tells us, and this is one of the glimpses that reveal the true man under all that make-believe, that on that night he went down on his knees to commune with his dead friend Philippe, and to call his spirit to witness that he was about to take the last step in the fulfillment of the oath sworn upon his body at Gavrillac 2 years ago. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 9. Torn Pride. Monsieur de La Tour d'Azir's engagement in the country that Sunday was with Monsieur de Kercadiou. To fulfill it, he drove out early in the day to Meudon, taking with him in his pocket a copy of the last issue of Les Actes des Apôtres, a journal whose merry sallies at the expense of the innovators greatly diverted the Seigneur de Gavrillac. The venomous scorn it poured upon those worthless rapscallions afforded him a certain solatium against the discomforts of expatriation by which he was afflicted as a result of their detestable energies. Twice in the last month had Monsieur de La Tour d'Azir gone to visit the Lord of Gavrillac at Meudon, and the sight of Aline, so sweet and fresh, so bright and of so lively a mind, had caused those embers smouldering under the ashes of the past, embers which until now he had believed utterly extinct, to kindle into flame once more. He desired her as we desire heaven. I believe that it was the purest passion of his life. that had it come to him earlier, he might have been a vastly different man. The cruelest wound that in all his selfish life he had taken was when she sent him word, quite definitely after the affair at the Feydeau, that she could not again, in any circumstances, receive him. At one blow, through that disgraceful riot, he had been robbed of a mistress he prized, and of a wife who had become a necessity to the very soul of him. The sordid love of La Binet might have consoled him for the compulsory renunciation of his exalted love of Aline, just as to his exalted love of Aline he had been ready to sacrifice his attachment to La Binet. But that ill-timed riot had robbed him at once of both. Faithful to his word to Sautron, he had definitely broken with La Binet, only to find that Aline had definitely broken with him. And by the time that he had sufficiently recovered from his grief to think again of La Binet, the comedienne had vanished beyond discovery. For all this he blamed, and most bitterly blamed, Andre-Louis. That low-born provincial lout pursued him like a nemesis, was become indeed the evil genius of his life. That was it, the evil genius of his life. And it was odds that on Monday he did not like to think of Monday. He was not particularly afraid of death. He was as brave as his kind in that respect, too brave in the ordinary way, and too confident of his skill, to have considered even remotely such a possibility as that of dying in a duel. It was only that it would seem like a proper consummation of all the evil that he had suffered directly or indirectly through this Andre-Louis Moreau, that he should perish ignobly by his hand. Almost he could hear that insolent, pleasant voice making the flippant announcement to the assembly on Monday morning. He shook off the mood, angry with himself for entertaining it. It was maudlin. After all, Chabrillane and Lamotte-Royau were quite exceptional swordsmen, but neither of them really approached his own formidable caliber. Reaction began to flow as he drove out through country lanes flooded with pleasant September sunshine. His spirits rose. A premonition of victory stirred within him. Far from fearing Monday's meeting, as he had so unreasonably been doing, he began to look forward to it. It should afford him the means of setting a definite term to this persecution of which he had been the victim. He would crush this insolent and persistent flea that had been stinging him at every opportunity. Borne upward on that wave of optimism, he took presently a more hopeful view of his case with Aline. At their first meeting, a month ago, he had used the utmost frankness with her. He had told her the whole truth of his motives in going that night to the Feydeau. He had made her realize that she had acted unjustly towards him. True, he had gone no farther. But that was very far to have gone as a beginning. And in their last meeting, now a fortnight old, she had received him with frank friendliness. True, she had been a little aloof, but that was to be expected until he quite explicitly avowed that he had revived the hope of winning her. He had been a fool not to have returned before today. Thus in that mood of new-born confidence, a confidence risen from the very ashes of despondency, came he on that Sunday morning to Meudon. He was gay and jovial with Monsieur de Kercadiou, what time he waited in the salon for Mademoiselle to show herself. He pronounced with confidence on the country's future. There were signs already, he wore the rosiest spectacles that morning, of a change of opinion, of a more moderate note. The nation began to perceive whither this lawyer rabble was leading it. He pulled out the Acts of the Apostles and read a stinging paragraph. Then, when Mademoiselle at last made her appearance, he resigned the journal into the hands of Monsieur de Kercadiou. Monsieur de Kercadiou, with his niece's future to consider, went to read the paper in the garden, taking up there a position whence he could keep the couple within sight, as his obligations seemed to demand of him, whilst being discreetly out of earshot. The Marquis made the most of an opportunity that might be brief. He quite frankly declared himself, and begged, implored to be taken back into Aline's good graces, to be admitted at least to the hope that one day, before very long, she would bring herself to consider him in a nearer relationship. "Mademoiselle," he told her, his voice vibrating with a feeling that admitted of no doubt, "you cannot lack conviction of my utter sincerity. The very constancy of my devotion should afford you this. It is just that I should have been banished from you, since I showed myself so utterly unworthy of the great honor to which I aspired. But this banishment has no wise diminished my devotion. If you could conceive what I have suffered, you would agree that I have fully expiated my abject fault." She looked at him with a curious, gentle wistfulness on her lovely face. "Monsieur, it is not you whom I doubt. It is myself." "You mean your feelings towards me?" "Yes." "But that I can understand, after what has happened." "It was always so, monsieur," she interrupted quietly. "You speak of me as if lost to you by your own action, that is to say, too much. Let me be frank with you. Monsieur, I was never yours to lose. I am conscious of the honor that you do me. I esteem you very deeply." "But then," he cried, on a high note of confidence, "from such a beginning?" "Who shall assure me that it is a beginning? May it not be the whole? Had I held you in affection, monsieur, I should have sent for you after the affair of which you have spoken. I should at least not have condemned you without hearing your explanation. As it was—" She shrugged, smiling gently, sadly. "You see?" But his optimism, far from being crushed, was stimulated. "But it is to give me hope, mademoiselle. If already I possess so much, I may look with confidence to win more. I shall prove myself worthy. I swear to do that. Who, that is, permitted the privilege of being near you could do other than seek to render himself worthy?" And then, before she could add a word, Monsieur de Kercadiou came blustering through the window, his spectacles on his forehead, his face inflamed, waving in his hand the Acts of the Apostles, and apparently reduced to speechlessness. Had the Marquis expressed himself aloud, he would have been profane. As it was, he bit his lip in vexation at this most inopportune interruption. Aline sprang up, alarmed by her uncle's agitation. "What has happened?"
"Happened?"
He found speech at last.
"The scoundrel! The faithless dog! I consented to overlook the past on the clear condition that he should avoid revolutionary politics in the future. That condition he accepted, and now—" He smacked the news sheet furiously. "He has played me false again. Not only has he gone into politics once more, but he is actually a member of the Assembly. And what is worse, he has been using his assassin's skill as a fencing master, turning himself into a bully swordsman. My God! Is there any law at all left in France?"
One doubt Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr had entertained, though only faintly, to mar the perfect serenity of his growing optimism. That doubt concerned this man Moreau and his relations with Monsieur de Kercadiou. He knew what once they had been, and how changed they subsequently were by the ingratitude of Moreau's own behavior in turning against the class to which his benefactor belonged. What he did not know was that a reconciliation had been effected. For in the past month, ever since circumstances had driven Andre-Louis to depart from his undertaking to steer clear of politics, the young man had not ventured to approach Meudon, and, as it happened, his name had not been mentioned in La Tour d'Azyr's hearing on the occasion of either of his own previous visits. He learnt of that reconciliation now, but he learnt at the same time that the breach was now renewed, and rendered wider and more impassable than ever. Therefore he did not hesitate to avow his own position. "There is a law," he answered. "The law that this rash young man himself evokes. The law of the sword." He spoke very gravely, almost sadly, for he realized that after all the ground was tender. You are not to suppose that he is to continue indefinitely his career of evil and of murder. Sooner or later he will meet a sword that will avenge the others. You have observed that my cousin, Chabrillane, is among the number of this assassin's victims, that he was killed on Tuesday last. If I have not expressed my condolences here, it is because my indignation stifles at the moment every other feeling. The scoundrel! You say that sooner or later he will meet a sword that will avenge the others. I pray that it may be soon." The Marquis answered him quietly, without anything but sorrow in his voice. "I think your prayer is likely to be heard. This wretched young man has an engagement for tomorrow, when his account may be definitely settled." He spoke with such calm conviction that his words had all the sound of a sentence of death. They suddenly stemmed the flow of Monsieur de Kercadiou's anger. The colour receded from his inflamed face. Dread looked out of his pale eyes, to inform Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr more clearly than any words that Monsieur de Kercadiou's hot speech had been the expression of unreflecting anger, that his prayer that retribution might soon overtake his godson had been unconsciously insincere. Confronted now by the fact that this retribution was about to be visited upon that scoundrel, the fundamental gentleness and kindliness of his nature asserted himself. His anger was suddenly whelmed in apprehension. His affection for the lad beat up to the surface, making Andre-Louis's sin, however hideous, a thing of no account by comparison with the threatened punishment. Monsieur de Kercadiou moistened his lips. "With whom is this engagement?" he asked in a voice that by an effort he contrived to render steady. Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr bowed his handsome head, his eyes upon the gleaming parquetry of the floor. "With myself," he answered quietly, conscious already with a tightening of the heart that his answer must sow dismay. He caught the sound of a faint outcry from Aline. He saw the sudden recoil of Monsieur de Kercadiou. And then he plunged headlong into the explanation that he deemed necessary. "In view of his relations with you, Monsieur de Kercadiou, and because of my deep regard for you, I did my best to avoid this, even though, as you will understand, the death of my dear friend and cousin Chabrillane seemed to summon me to action, even though I knew that my circumspection was becoming matter for criticism among my friends. But yesterday, this unbridled young man made further restraint impossible to me. He provoked me, deliberately and publicly. He put upon me the very grossest affront. And tomorrow morning in the Bois, we meet." He faltered a little at the end, fully conscious of the hostile atmosphere in which he suddenly found himself. Hostility from Monsieur de Kercadiou. The latter's earlier change of manner had already led him to expect. The hostility of Mademoiselle came more in the nature of a surprise. He began to understand what difficulties the course to which he was committed must raise up for him. A fresh obstacle was to be flung across the path which he had just cleared, as he imagined. Yet his pride and his sense of the justice due to be done admitted of no weakening. In bitterness, he realized now as he looked from uncle to niece, his glance, usually so direct and bold, now oddly furtive, that though tomorrow he might kill Andre-Louis, yet even by his death Andre-Louis would take vengeance upon him. He had exaggerated nothing in reaching the conclusion that this Andre-Louis Moreau was the evil genius of his life. He saw now that do what he would, kill him even though he might, he could never conquer him. The last word would always be with Andre-Louis Moreau. In bitterness, in rage, and in humiliation, a thing almost unknown to him, did he realize it? And the realization steeled his purpose, for all that he perceived its futility. Outwardly, he showed himself calm and self-contained, properly suggesting a man regretfully accepting the inevitable. It would have been as impossible to find fault with his bearing as to attempt to turn him from the matter to which he was committed. And so Monsieur de Kercadiou perceived. "My God," was all that he said, scarcely above his breath, yet almost in a groan. Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr did, as always, the thing that sensibility demanded of him. He took his leave. He understood that to linger where his news had produced such an effect would be impossible, indecent. So he departed, in a bitterness comparable only with his erstwhile optimism. The sweet fruit of hope turned to a thing of gall even as it touched his lips. Oh, yes, the last word, indeed, was with Andre-Louis Moreau. Always. Uncle and niece looked at each other as he passed out, and there was horror in the eyes of both. Aline's pallor was deathly almost, and standing there now she wrung her hands as if in pain. "Why did you not ask him? Beg him?" she broke off.
To what end? He was in the right, and there are things one cannot ask, things it would be a useless humiliation to ask. He sat down, groaning. Oh, the poor boy, the poor misguided boy. In the mind of neither, you see, was there any doubt of what must be the issue. The calm confidence in which La Tour d'Azyr had spoken compelled itself to be shared. He was no vainglorious boaster, and they knew of what a force as a swordsman he was generally accounted.
"What does humiliation matter? A life is at issue, André's life."
"I know. My God, don't I know? And I would humiliate myself if by humiliating myself I could hope to prevail. But Azyr is a hard, relentless man, and—" Abruptly, she left him. She overtook the Marquis as he was in the act of stepping his carriage. He turned as she called, and bowed. "Mademoiselle?" At once he guessed her errand, tasted in anticipation the unparalleled bitterness of being compelled to refuse her. Yet at her invitation he stepped back into the cool of the hall. In the middle of the floor of checkered marbles, black and white, stood a carved table of black oak. By this he halted, leaning lightly against it, whilst she sat enthroned in the great crimson chair beside it.
"Monsieur, I cannot allow you so to depart," she said. "You cannot realize, monsieur, what a blow would be dealt my uncle if evil, irrevocable evil, were to overtake his godson tomorrow. The expressions that he used at first—"
"Mademoiselle, I perceived their true value. Spare yourself. Believe me, I am profoundly desolated by circumstances which I had not expected to find. You must believe me when I say that. It is all that I can say."
"Must it really be all? Andre is very dear to his godfather." The pleading tone cut him like a knife. And then, suddenly, it aroused another emotion, an emotion which he realized to be utterly unworthy, an emotion which, in his overwhelming pride of race, seemed almost sullying, yet not to be repressed. He hesitated to give it utterance, hesitated even remotely to suggest so horrible a thing as that in a man of such lowly origin he might conceivably discover a rival. Yet that sudden pang
of jealousy was stronger than his monstrous pride. "And to you, mademoiselle, what is this Andre-Louis Moreau? To you. You will pardon the question, but I desire clearly to understand." Watching her, he beheld the scarlet stain that overspread her face. He read in it at first confusion, until the gleam of her blue eyes announced its source to lie in anger. That comforted him. Since he had affronted her, he was reassured. It did not occur to him that the anger might have another source.
"Andre and I have been playmates from infancy. He is very dear to me, too. Almost I regard him as a brother. Were I in need of help and were my uncle not available, Andre would be the first man to whom I should turn. Are you sufficiently answered, monsieur? Or is there more of me that you would desire revealed?"
He bit his lip. He was unnerved, he thought, this morning. Otherwise, the silly suspicion with which he had offended could never have occurred to him. He bowed very low. "Mademoiselle, forgive that I should have troubled you with such a question. You have answered more fully than I could have hoped or wished." He said no more than that. He waited for her to resume. At a loss, she sat in silence a while, a pucker on her white brow, her fingers nervously drumming on the table. At last she flung herself headlong against the impassive, polished front that he presented.
"I have come, monsieur, to beg you to put off this meeting."
She saw the faint raising of his dark eyebrows, the faintly regretful smile that scarcely did more than tinge his fine lips, and she hurried on.
"What honor can await you in such an engagement, monsieur?"
It was a shrewd thrust at the pride of race that she accounted his paramount sentiment, that had as often lured him into error as it had urged him into good. "I do not seek honor in it, mademoiselle, but, I must say it, justice. The engagement, as I have explained, is not of my seeking. It has been thrust upon me, and in honor I cannot draw back."
"Why? What dishonor would there be in sparing him? Surely, monsieur, none would call your courage in question. None could misapprehend your motives."
"You are mistaken, mademoiselle. My motives would most certainly be misapprehended. You forget that this young man has acquired in the past week a certain reputation that might well make a man hesitate to meet him." She brushed that aside almost contemptuously, conceiving it the merest quibble.
"Some men, yes, but not you, Monsieur le Marquis."
Her confidence in him on every count was most sweetly flattering, but there was a bitterness behind the sweet. "Even I, mademoiselle, let me assure you, and there is more than that. This quarrel which Monsieur Moreau has forced upon me is no new thing. It is merely the culmination of a long-drawn persecution."
"Which you invited," she cut in. "Be just, monsieur."
"I hope that it is not in my nature to be otherwise, mademoiselle."
"Consider, then, that you killed his friend."
"I find in that nothing with which to reproach myself. My justification lay in the circumstances. The subsequent events in this distracted country surely confirm it."
"And—"
She faltered a little and looked away from him for the first time.
"And that you That you... And what of Mademoiselle Binet, whom he was to have married?"
He stared at her for a moment in sheer surprise. "Was to have married?" he repeated incredulously, dismayed almost.
"You did not know that?"
"But how do you?"
"Did I not tell you that we are as brother and sister almost? I have his confidence. He told me before you made it impossible."
He looked away, chin in hand, his glance thoughtful, disturbed, almost wistful. "There is," he said slowly, musingly, "a singular fatality at work between that man and me, bringing us ever each by turns athwart the other's path." He sighed, then swung to face her again, speaking more briskly. "Mademoiselle, until this moment I had no knowledge, no suspicion of this thing. But—" He broke off, considered, and then shrugged. "If I wronged him, I did so unconsciously. It would be unjust to blame me, surely. In all our actions it must be the intention alone that counts."
"But does it make no difference?"
"None that I can discern, mademoiselle. It gives me no justification to withdraw from that to which I am irrevocably committed. No justification, indeed, could ever be greater than my concern for the pain it must occasion my good friend, your uncle, and perhaps yourself, mademoiselle." She rose suddenly, squarely confronting him, desperate now, driven to play the only card upon which she thought she might count.
"Monsieur," she said, "you did me the honor today to speak in certain terms, to allude to certain hopes with which you honor me."
He looked at her almost in fear. In silence, not daring to speak, he waited for her to continue.
Will you please to understand, monsieur, that if you persist in this matter, unless you can break this engagement of yours tomorrow morning in the Bois, you are not to presume to mention this subject to me again, or indeed ever again to approach me.
To put the matter in this negative way was as far as she could possibly go. It was for him to make the positive proposal to which she had thus thrown wide the door. "Mademoiselle, you cannot mean—"
"I do, monsieur. Irrevocably. Please to understand."
He looked at her with eyes of misery, his handsome manly face as pale as she had ever seen it. The hand he had been holding out in protest began to shake. He lowered it to his side again, lest she should perceive its tremor. Thus, a brief second, while the battle was fought within him, the bitter engagement between his desires and what he conceived to be the demands of his honor, never perceived how far his honor was buttressed by implacable vindictiveness. Retreat, he conceived, was impossible without shame, and shame was to him an agony unthinkable. She asked too much. She could not understand what she was asking, else she would never be so unreasonable, so unjust. but also he saw that it would be futile to attempt to make her understand. It was the end. Though he kill Andre-Louis Moreau in the morning, as he fiercely hoped he would, yet the victory, even in death, must lie with Andre-Louis Moreau. He bowed profoundly, grave and sorrowful of face, as he was grave and sorrowful of heart. "Mademoiselle, my homage," he murmured, and turned to go.
"But you have not answered me,"
she called after him, in terror. He checked on the threshold and turned, and there, from the cool gloom of the hall, she saw him, a black, graceful silhouette against the brilliant sunshine beyond, a memory of him that was to cling as something sinister and menacing in the dread hours that were to follow. "What would you, mademoiselle? I but spared myself and you the pain of refusal." He was gone, leaving her crushed and raging. She sank down again into the great red chair and sat there, crumpled, her elbows on the table, her face in her hands, a face that was on fire with shame and passion. She had offered herself, and she had been refused. The inconceivable had befallen her. The humiliation of it seemed to her something that could never be effaced. Startled, appalled, she stepped back, her hand pressed to her tortured breast. End of Book 3, Chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 10. The Returning Carriage. Monsieur de Kercadiou wrote a letter. "Godson," he began, without any softening adjective, "I have learnt with pain and indignation that you have dishonoured yourself again, by breaking the pledge you gave me to abstain from politics. With still greater pain and indignation do I learn that your name has become in a few short days a byword, that you have discarded the weapon of false, insidious arguments against my class, the class to which you owe everything, for the sword of the assassin. It has come to my knowledge that you have an assignation tomorrow with my good friend Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr. A gentleman of his station is under certain obligations imposed upon him by his birth, which do not permit him to draw back from an engagement. But you labour under no such disadvantages. For a man of your class to refuse an engagement of honour, or to neglect it when made, entails no sacrifice. Your peers will probably be of the opinion that you display a commendable prudence. Therefore, I beg you. Indeed, did I think that I still exercise over you any such authority as the favours you have received from me should entitle me to exercise, I would command you to allow this matter to go no farther, and to refrain from rendering yourself to your assignation tomorrow morning. Having no such authority,
as your past conduct now makes clear. Having no reason to hope that a proper sentiment of gratitude to me will induce to give heed to this my most earnest request, I am compelled to add that should you survive tomorrow's encounter, I can in no circumstances ever again permit myself to be conscious of your existence. If any spark survives of the affection that once you expressed for me, or if you set any value upon the affection which, in spite of all that you have done to forfeit it, is the chief prompter of this letter, you will not refuse to do as I am asking.
It was not a tactful letter. Monsieur de Kercadiou was not a tactful man. Read it as he would Andre-Louis when it was delivered to him on that Sunday afternoon by the groom dispatched with it into Paris, could read into it only concern for Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr, Monsieur de Kercadiou's good friend, as he called him, and prospective nephew-in-law. He kept the groom waiting a full hour while composing his answer. Brief though it was, it cost him very considerable effort and several unsuccessful attempts. In the end, this is what he wrote. Monsieur my godfather, you make refusal singularly hard for me when you appeal to me upon the ground of affection. It is a thing of which all my life I shall hail the opportunity to give you proofs, and I am therefore desolated beyond anything I could hope to express that I cannot give you the proof you ask today. There is too much between Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr and me. Also, you do me and my class, whatever it may be, less than justice when you say that obligations of honor are not binding upon us. So binding do I count them that, if I would, I could not now draw back. If hereafter you should persist in the harsh intention you express, I must suffer it. That I shall suffer, be assured. Your affectionate and grateful godson, Andre-Louis. He dispatched that letter by Monsieur de Kercadiou's groom, and conceived this to be the end of the matter. It cut him keenly, but he bore the wound with that outward stoicism he affected. Next morning at 8:15, as with Le Chapelier, who had come to break his fast with him, he was rising from table to set out for the Bois. His housekeeper startled him by announcing Mademoiselle de Kercadiou. He looked at his watch. Although his cabriolet was already at the door, he had a few minutes to spare. He excused himself from Le Chapelier and went briskly out to the anteroom. She advanced to meet him, her manner eager, almost feverish. "I will not affect ignorance of why you have come," he said quickly, to make short work. "But time presses, and I warn you that only the most solid of reasons can be worth stating." It surprised her. It amounted to a rebuff at the very outset, before she had uttered a word, and that was the last thing that she had expected from Andre-Louis. Moreover, there was about him an air of aloofness that was unusual where she was concerned, and his voice had been singularly cold and formal. It wounded her. She was not to guess the conclusion to which he had leapt. He made, with regard to her, as was but natural after all, the same mistake that he had made with regard to yesterday's letter from his godfather. He conceived that the mainspring of action here was solely concern for Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr, that it might be concern for himself, never entered his mind. So absolute was his own conviction of what must be the inevitable issue of that meeting, that he could not conceive of anyone entertaining a fear on his behalf. What he assumed to be anxiety on the score of the predestined victim had irritated him in M. de Kercadiou. In Aline it filled him with a cold anger. He argued from it that she had hardly been frank with him, that ambition was urging her to consider with favour the suit of M. de la Tour d'Azyr. And than this, there was no spur that could have driven more relentlessly in his purpose, since to save her was in his eyes almost as momentous as to avenge the past. She conned him searchingly, and the complete calm of him at such a time amazed her. She could not repress the mention of it. "How calm you are, Andre." "I am not easily disturbed. It is a vanity of mine." "But, oh, Andre, this meeting must not take place." She came close up to him to set her hands upon his shoulders, and stood so, her face within a foot of his own. "You know, of course, of some good reason why it should not," said he. "You may be killed," she answered him, and her eyes dilated as she spoke. It was so far from anything that he had expected, that for a moment he could only stare at her. Then he thought he had understood. He laughed as he removed her hands from his shoulders and stepped back. This was a shallow device, childish, and unworthy of her. "Can you really think to prevail by attempting to frighten me?" he asked, almost sneered. "Oh, you are surely mad! Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr is reputed the most dangerous sword in France." "Have you never noticed that most reputations are undeserved? Chabrillane was a dangerous swordsman, and Chabrillane is underground. Lamotte Royal was an even more dangerous swordsman, and he is in a surgeon's hands. So are the other SPADASSINICIDES who dreamed of skewering a poor sheep of a provincial lawyer. And here today comes the chief, the fine flower of these bully swordsmen. He comes for wages long overdue. Be sure of that. So, if you have no other reason to urge—" It was the sarcasm of him that mystified her. Could he possibly be sincere in his assurance that he must prevail against Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr? To her, in her limited knowledge, her mind filled with her uncle's contrary conviction, it seemed that Andre-Louis was only acting. He would act a part to the very end. Be that as it might, she shifted her ground to answer him. "You had my uncle's letter?" "And I answered it." "I know. But what he said, he will fulfill. Do not dream that he will relent if you carry out this horrible purpose." "Come, now. That is a better reason than the other," said he. "If there is a reason in the world that could move me, it would be that. But there is too much between La Tour d'Azyr and me. There is an oath I swore on the dead hand of Philippe de Vilmorin. I could never have hoped that God would afford me so great an opportunity of keeping it." "You have not kept it yet," she warned him. He smiled at her. "True," he said, "but 9 o'clock will soon be here. Tell me," he asked her suddenly, "why did you not carry this request of yours to Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr?" "I did," she answered him, and flushed as she remembered her yesterday's rejection. He interpreted the flush quite otherwise. "And he?" he asked. "Monsieur de La Tour d'Azir's obligations—" she was beginning, and then she broke off to answer shortly. "Oh, he refused." So. He must, of course, whatever it may have cost him. Yet in his place I should have counted the cost as nothing. But men are different, you see. He sighed. Also in your place, had that been so, I think I should have left the matter there. But then— "I don't understand you, Andre." "I'm not so very obscure. Not nearly so obscure as I can be. Turn it over in your mind. It may help to comfort you presently." He consulted his watch again. "Pray, use this house as your own. I must be going." Le Chapelier put his head in at the door. "Forgive the intrusion, but we shall be late, Andre, unless you—" "Coming," Andre answered him. "If you will await my return, Aline, you will oblige me deeply, particularly in view of your uncle's resolve." She did not answer him. She was numbed. He took her silence for assent, and bowing, left her. Standing there, she heard his steps going down the stairs together with Le Chapelier's. He was speaking to his friend, and his voice was calm and normal. Oh, he was mad, blinded with self-confidence and vanity. As his carriage rattled away, she sat down limply with a sense of exhaustion and nausea. She was sick and faint with horror. Andre-Louis was going to his death. Conviction of it, an unreasoning conviction, the result perhaps of all Monsieur de Kercadiou's rantings, entered her soul. A while she sat thus, paralyzed by hopelessness. Then she sprang up again, wringing her hands. She must do something to avert this horror. But what could she do? To follow him to the Bois and intervene there would be to make a scandal, for no purpose. The conventions of conduct were all against her, offering a barrier that was not to be overstepped. Was there no one could help her? Standing there, half frenzied by her helplessness, she caught again a sound of vehicles and hoofs on the cobbles of the street below. A carriage was approaching. It drew up with a clatter before the fencing academy. Could it be Andre-Louis returning? Passionately she snatched at that straw of hope. Knocking, loud and urgent, fell upon the door. She heard Andre-Louis' housekeeper, her wooden shoes clanking upon the stairs, hurrying down to open. She sped to the door of the anteroom, and, pulling it wide, stood breathlessly to listen. But the voice that floated up to her was not the voice she so desperately hoped to hear. It was a woman's voice, asking in urgent tones for Monsieur Andre-Louis. A voice, at first vaguely familiar, then clearly recognized. The voice of Madame de Plougastel. Excited, she ran to the head of the narrow staircase in time to hear Madame de Plougastel exclaim in agitation, "He has gone already? Oh, but how long since? Which way did he take?" It was enough to inform Aline that Madame de Plougastel's errand must be akin to her own. At the moment, in the general distress and confusion of her mind, her mental vision focused entirely on the one vital point. She found in this no matter for astonishment. The singular regard conceived by Madame de Plougastel for Andre-Louis seemed to her then a sufficient explanation. Without pausing to consider, she ran down that steep staircase, calling, "Madame!
Madame!"
The portly, comely housekeeper drew aside, and the two ladies faced each other on that threshold. Madame de Plougastel looked white and haggard, a nameless dread staring from her eyes.
"Aline, you here?"
she exclaimed, and then, in the urgency sweeping aside all minor considerations,
"Were you also too late?"
she asked.
"No, madame. I saw him. I implored him. But he would not listen." "Oh, this is horrible!"
Madame de Plougastel shuddered as she spoke.
"I heard of it only half an hour ago, and I came at once to prevent it at all costs."
The two women looked blankly, despairingly at each other. In the sunshine-flooded street, one or two shabby idlers were pausing to eye the handsome equipage with its magnificent bay horses and the two great ladies on the doorstep of the fencing academy. From across the way, the raucous voice of an itinerant bellows-mender raised in the cry of his trade, "À raccommoder, les vieux soufflés." Madame swung to the housekeeper.
"How long is it since Monsieur left?"
10 minutes, maybe. Hardly more." Conceiving these great ladies to be friends of her invincible master's latest victim, the good woman preserved a decently stolid exterior. Madame wrung her hands.
10 minutes. Oh!"
It was almost a moan.
"Which way did he go?"
"The assignation is for 9 o'clock in the Bois de Boulogne," Aline informed her.
"Could we follow? Could we prevail if we did?" "Ah, my God! The question is, should we come in time? At 9 o'clock? And it wants but little more than a quarter of an hour. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu!"
Madame clasped and unclasped her hands in anguish.
"Do you know at least where in the Bois they are to meet?" "No, only that it is in the Bois." "In the Bois!" Madame flung into a frenzy. "The Bois is nearly half as large as Paris."
But she swept breathlessly on.
"Come, Aline, get in, get in!"
Then to her coachman, "To the Bois de Boulogne, by way of the Cours la Reine," she commanded.
"As fast as you can drive. There are 10 pistoles for you if we are in time. Whip up, man!"
She thrust Aline into the carriage, and sprang after her with the energy of a girl. The heavy vehicle, too heavy by far for this race with time, was moving before she had taken her seat. Rocking and lurching it went, earning the maledictions of more than one pedestrian whom it narrowly avoided crushing against a wall or trampling underfoot. Madame sat back with closed eyes and trembling lips. Her face showed very white and drawn. Aline watched her in silence. Almost it seemed to her that Madame de Plougastel was suffering as deeply as herself, enduring an anguish of apprehension as great as her own. Later, Aline was to wonder at this. But at the moment all the thought of which her half-numbed mind was capable was bestowed upon their desperate errand. The carriage rolled across the Place Louis XV and out onto the Cours la Reine at last. Along that beautiful tree-bordered avenue between the Champs-Élysées and the Seine, almost empty at this hour of the day, they made better speed, leaving now a cloud of dust behind them. But fast to danger point as was the speed, to the women in that carriage it was too slow. As they reached the barrier at the end of the Cours, 9 o'clock was striking in the city behind them, and every stroke of it seemed to sound a note of doom. Yet here at the barrier the regulations compelled a momentary halt. Aline inquired of the sergeant in charge how long it was since a cabriolet, such as she described, had gone that way. She was answered that some 20 minutes ago a vehicle had passed the barrier, containing the deputy Monsieur le Chapelier and the paladin of the Third Estate, Monsieur Moreau. The sergeant was very well informed. He could make a shrewd guess, he said, with a grin, of the business that took Monsieur Moreau that way so early in the day. They left him, to speed on now through the open country, following the road that continued to hug the river. They sat back mutely, despairing, staring hopelessly ahead, Aline's hand clasped tight in Madame's. In the distance, across the meadows on their right, they could see already the long, dusky line of trees of the Bois. And presently the carriage swung aside, following a branch of the road that turned to the right, away from the river and heading straight for the forest. Mademoiselle broke at last the silence of hopelessness that had reigned between them since they had passed the barrier.
"Oh, it is impossible that we should come in time, impossible!"
"Don't say it! Don't say it!" Madame cried out.
"But it is long past 9, Madame. Andre would be punctual, and these affairs do not take long. It will be all over by now."
Madame shivered and closed her eyes. Presently, however, she opened them again and stirred. Then she put her head from the window. "A carriage is approaching," she announced, and her tone conveyed the thing she feared.
"Not already. Oh, not already."
Thus Aline expressed the silently communicated thought. She experienced a difficulty in breathing, felt the sudden need of air. Something in her throat was throbbing, as if it would suffocate her. A mist came and went before her eyes. In a cloud of dust an open calèche was speeding towards them, coming from the Bois. They watched it, both pale, neither venturing to speak. Aline, indeed, without breath to do so. As it approached, it slowed down, perforce, as they did, to effect a safe passage in that narrow road. Aline was at the window with Madame de Plougastel, and with fearful eyes both looked into this open carriage that was drawing abreast of them.
"Which of them is it, Madame? Oh, which of them?"
gasped Aline, scarce daring to look, her senses swimming. On the near side sat a swarthy young gentleman unknown to either of the ladies. He was smiling as he spoke to his companion. A moment later, and the man sitting beyond came into view. He was not smiling. His face was white and set, and it was the face of the Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr. For a long moment, in speechless horror, both women stared at him, until, perceiving them, blankest surprise invaded his stern face. In that moment, with a long, shuddering sigh, Aline sank, swooning to the carriage floor behind Madame de Plougastel. End of Book 3, Chapter 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 11. Inferences. By fast driving, Andre-Louis had reached the ground some minutes ahead of time, notwithstanding the slight delay in setting out. There he had found Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr already awaiting him, supported by a Monsieur de Ormesson, a swarthy young gentleman in the blue uniform of a captain in the Garde du Corps. Andre-Louis had been silent and preoccupied throughout that drive. He was perturbed by his last interview with Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, and the rash inferences which he had drawn as to her motives. "Decidedly," he had said, "this man must be killed." Le Chapelier had not answered him. Almost, indeed, had the Breton shuddered at his compatriot's cold-bloodedness. He had often of late thought that this fellow Moreau was hardly human. Also, he had found him incomprehensibly inconsistent. When first this spadassinicide business had been proposed to him, he had been so very lofty and disdainful. Yet having embraced it, he went about it at times with a ghoulish flippancy that was revolting, at times with a detachment that was more revolting still. Their preparations were made quickly and in silence, yet without undue haste or other sign of nervousness on either side. In both men the same grim determination prevailed. The opponent must be killed. There could be no half measures here. Stripped each of coat and waistcoat, shoeless and with shirt sleeves rolled to the elbow, they faced each other at last, with the common resolve of paying in full the long score that stood between them. I doubt if either of them entertained a misgiving as to what must be the issue. Beside them, and opposite each other, stood Le Chapelier and the young captain, alert and watchful. "Allez, messieurs!" The slender, wickedly delicate blades clashed together, and after a momentary glissade were whirling, swift and bright as lightnings, and almost as impossible to follow with the eye. The Marquis led the attack, impetuously and vigorously, and almost at once Andre-Louis realized that he had to deal with an opponent of a very different metal from those successive duelists of last week, not excluding Le Mat Royaux, of terrible reputation. Here was a man whom much and constant practice had given extraordinary speed and a technique that was almost perfect. In addition, he enjoyed over Andre-Louis physical advantages of strength and length of reach, which rendered him altogether formidable. And he was cool, too, cool and self-contained, fearless and purposeful. Would anything shake that calm? Wondered Andre-Louis. He desired the punishment to be as full as he could make it, not content to kill the Marquis as the Marquis had killed Philippe. He desired that he should first know himself as powerless to avert that death as Philippe had been. Nothing less would content Andre-Louis. Monsieur le Marquis must begin by tasting of that cup of despair. It was in the account, part of the quittance due. As with a breaking sweep, Andre-Louis parried the heavy lunge in which that first series of passes culminated. He actually laughed, gleefully, after the fashion of a boy at a sport he loves. That extraordinary, ill-timed laugh made M. de La Tour d'Azyr's recovery hastier and less correctly dignified than it would otherwise have been. It startled and discomposed him, who had already been discomposed by the failure to get home with a lunge so beautifully timed and so truly delivered. He, too, had realized that his opponent's force was above anything that he could have expected, fencing master though he might be, and on that account he had put forth his utmost energy to make an end at once. More than the actual parry, the laugh by which it was accompanied seemed to make of that end no more than a beginning. And yet it was the end of something. It was the end of that absolute confidence that had hitherto inspired M. de La Tour d'Azyr. He no longer looked upon the issue as a thing foregone. He realized that if he was to prevail in this encounter, he must go warily and fence as he had never fenced yet in all his life. They settled down again, and again, on the principle this time that the soundest defense is in attack. It was the Marquis who made the game. Andre-Louis allowed him to do so, desired him to do so, desired him to spend himself and that magnificent speed of his against the greater speed that whole days of fencing in succession for nearly 2 years had given the master. With a beautiful, easy pressure of forte on foible, Andre-Louis kept himself completely covered in that second bout, which once more culminated in a lunge. Expecting it now, Andre-Louis parried it by no more than a deflecting touch. At the same moment he stepped suddenly forward, right within the other's guard, thus placing his man so completely at his mercy that, as if fascinated, the Marquis did not even attempt to recover himself. This time, Andre-Louis did not laugh. He just smiled into the dilating eyes of M. de La Tour d'Azyr, and made no shift to use his advantage. "Come, come, monsieur," he bade him sharply. "Am I to run my blade through an uncovered man?" Deliberately he fell back, whilst his shaken opponent recovered himself at last. M. de Ormesson released the breath which horror had for a moment caught. Le Chapelier swore softly, muttering, "Name of name! It is tempting Providence to play the fool in this fashion." Andre-Louis observed the ashen pallor that had now overspread the face of his opponent. "I think you begin to realize, monsieur, what Philippe de Vilmorin must have felt that day at Gavrillac. I desired that you should first do so. Since that is accomplished, why, here's to make an end." He went in with lightning rapidity. For a moment his point seemed to La Tour d'Azyr to be everywhere at once. And then, from a low engagement in sixte, Andre-Louis stretched forward with swift and vigorous ease to lunge in tierce. He drove his point to transfix his opponent, whom a series of calculated disengages uncovered in that line. But to his amazement and chagrin, La Tour d'Azyr parried that stroke. Infinitely more to his chagrin, La Tour d'Azyr parried it just too late. Had he completely parried it, all would yet have been well. But striking the blade in the last fraction of a second, the Marquis deflected the point from the line of his body, yet not so completely but that a couple of feet of that hard-driven steel tore through the muscles of his sword-arm. To the seconds, none of these details had been visible. All that they had seen had been a swift whirl of flashing blades, and then Andre-Louis stretched almost to the ground in an upward lunge that had pierced the Marquis's right arm just below the shoulder. The sword fell from the suddenly relaxed grip of La Tour d'Azyr's fingers, which had been rendered powerless, and he stood now disarmed, his lip in his teeth, his face white, his chest heaving, before his opponent, who had at once recovered. With the blood-tinged tip of his sword resting on the ground, Andre-Louis surveyed him grimly, as we survey the prey that through our own clumsiness has escaped us at the last moment. In the Assembly and in the newspapers, this might be hailed as another victory for the Paladin of the Third Estate. Only himself could know the extent and the bitterness of the failure. M. d'Ormesson had sprung to the side of his principal. "You are hurt!" he had cried, stupidly. "It is nothing," said La Tour d'Azyr. "A scratch." But his lip writhed, and the torn sleeve of his fine cambric shirt was full of blood. D'Ormesson, a practical man in such matters, produced a linen kerchief, which he tore quickly into strips to improvise a bandage. Still Andre-Louis continued to stand there, looking on as if bemused. He continued so until Le Chapelier touched him on the arm. Then at last he roused himself, sighed, and turned away to resume his garments. Nor did he address or look again at his late opponent, but left the ground at once. As with Le Chapelier, he was walking slowly and in silent dejection towards the entrance of the Bois, where they had left their carriage. They were passed by the calèche conveying La Tour d'Azyr and his second, which had originally driven almost right up to the spot of the encounter. The Marquis' wounded arm was carried in a sling improvised from his companion's sword-belt. His sky-blue coat with 3 collars had been buttoned over this, so that the right sleeve hung empty. Otherwise, saving a certain pallor, he looked much his usual self. And now you understand how it was that he was the first to return, and that seeing him thus returning, apparently safe and sound, the 2 ladies, intent upon preventing the encounter, should have assumed their worst fears were realized. Madame de Plougastel attempted to call out, but her voice refused its office. She attempted to throw open the door of her own carriage, but her fingers fumbled clumsily and ineffectively with the handle. And meanwhile the calèche was slowly passing, La Tour d'Azyr's fine eyes sombrely yet intently meeting her own anguished gaze. And then she saw something else. M. d'Ormesson, leaning back again from the forward inclination of his body to join his own to his companion's salutation of the Countess, disclosed the empty right sleeve of M. de La Tour d'Azyr's blue coat. More, the near side of the coat itself, turned back from the point near the throat where it was caught together by single button, revealed the slung arm beneath in its blood-sodden cambric sleeve. Even now she feared to jump to the obvious conclusion, feared lest perhaps the Marquis, though himself wounded, might have dealt his adversary a deadlier wound. She found her voice at last, and at the same moment signalled to the driver of the calèche to stop. As it was pulled to a standstill, M. d'Ormesson alighted, and so met Madame in the little space between the 2 carriages. "Where is M. Moreau?" was the question with which she surprised him. "Following at his leisure, no doubt, Madame," he answered, recovering. "He is not hurt?" "Unfortunately, it is we who..." M. d'Ormesson was beginning, when from behind him M. de La Tour d'Azyr's voice cut in crisply. "This interest on your part in M. Moreau, dear Countess..." He broke off, observing a vague challenge in the air with which she confronted him. But indeed his sentence did not need completing. There was a vaguely awkward pause, and then she looked at M. d'Ormesson. Her manner changed. She offered what appeared to be an explanation of her concern for M. Moreau. "Mademoiselle de Kercadiou is with me. The poor child has fainted." There was more, a deal more, she would have said just then, but for Monsieur d'Ormesson's presence. Moved by a deep solicitude for Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, de La Tour d'Azyr sprang up despite his wound. "I am in poor case to render assistance, madame," he said, an apologetic smile on his pale face. "But—" With the aid of d'Ormesson, and in spite of the latter's protestations, he got down from the calèche, which then moved on a little way, so as to leave the road clear for another carriage that was approaching from the direction of the Bois. And thus it happened that when a few moments later that approaching cabriolet overtook and passed the halted vehicles, Andre-Louis beheld a very touching scene. Standing up to obtain a better view, he saw Aline in a half-swooning condition. She was beginning to revive by now, seated in the doorway of the carriage supported by Madame de Plougastel. In an attitude of deepest concern, Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr, his wound notwithstanding, was bending over the girl, whilst behind him stood Monsieur d'Ormesson and Madame's footman. The Countess looked up and saw him as he was driven past. Her face lighted. Almost it seemed to him she was about to greet him, or to call him. Wherefore, to avoid a difficulty arising out of the presence here of his late antagonist, he anticipated her by bowing frigidly. For his mood was frigid, the more frigid by virtue of what he saw, and then resumed his seat with eyes that looked deliberately ahead. Could anything more completely have confirmed him in his conviction that it was on Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr's account that Aline had come to plead with him that morning? For what his eyes had seen, of course, was a lady overcome with emotion at the sight of blood of her dear friend, and that same dear friend restoring her with assurances that his hurt was very far from mortal. Later, much later, he was to blame his own perverse stupidity. Almost is he too severe in his self-condemnation, for how else could he have interpreted the scene he beheld, his preconceptions being what they were? That which he had already been suspecting, he now accounted proven to him. Aline had been wanting in candour on the subject of her feelings towards Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr. It was, he supposed, a woman's way to be secretive in such matters, and he must not blame her, nor could he blame her in his heart for having succumbed to the singular charm of such a man as the Marquis. For not even his hostility could blind him to Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr's attractions. That she had succumbed was betrayed, he thought, by the weakness that had overtaken her upon seeing him wounded. "My God!" he cried aloud. "What must she have suffered, then, if I had killed him, as I intended? If only she had used candour with him, she could so easily have won his consent to the thing she asked. If only she had told him what now he saw, that she loved Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr, instead of leaving him to assume her only regard for the Marquis to be based on unworthy worldly ambition, he would at once have yielded." He fetched a sigh, and breathed a prayer for forgiveness to the shade of Vilmorin. "It is perhaps as well that my lunge went wide," he said. "What do you mean?" wondered Le Chapelier. "That in this business I must relinquish all hope of recommencing." End of Book 3, Chapter 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 12. The Overwhelming Reason. Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr was seen no more in the manège, or indeed in Paris at all, throughout all the months that the National Assembly remained in session to complete its work of providing France with a constitution. After all, though the wound to his body had been comparatively slight, the wound to such a pride as his had been all but mortal. The rumor ran that he had emigrated, but that was only half the truth. The whole of it was that he had joined that group of noble travellers who came and went between the Tuileries and the headquarters of the émigrés at Coblentz. He became, in short, a member of the Royalist Secret Service that in the end was to bring down the monarchy in ruins. As for Andre-Louis, his godfather's house saw him no more, as a result of his conviction that Monsieur de Kercadiou would not relent from his written resolve never to receive him again if the duel were fought. He threw himself into his duties at the Assembly with such zeal and effect that when, its purpose accomplished, the Constituent was dissolved in September of the following year, membership of the Legislative, whose election followed immediately, was thrust upon him. He considered then, like many others, that the Revolution was a thing accomplished, that France had only to govern herself by the Constitution which had been given her, and that all would now be well. And so it might have been, but that the court could not bring itself to accept the altered state of things. As a result of its intrigues, half Europe was arming to hurl herself upon France, and her quarrel was the quarrel of the French king with his people. That was the horror at the root of all the horrors that were to come. Of the counter-revolutionary troubles that were everywhere being stirred up by the clergy, none were more acute than those of Brittany, and in view of the influence it was hoped he would wield in his native province, it was proposed to Andre-Louis by the Commission of 12, in the early days of the Girondin ministry, that he should go thither to combat the unrest. He was desired to proceed peacefully, but his powers were almost absolute, as is shown by the orders he carried, orders enjoining all to render him assistance and warning those who might hinder him that they would do so at their peril. He accepted the task, and he was one of the 5 plenipotentiaries dispatched on the same errand in that spring of 1792. It kept him absent from Paris for 4 months, and might have kept him longer, but that at the beginning of August he was recalled. More imminent than any trouble in Brittany was the trouble brewing in Paris itself, when the political sky was blacker than it had been since '89. Paris realized that the hour was rapidly approaching, which would see the climax of the long struggle between equality and privilege. And it was towards a city so disposed that Andre-Louis came speeding from the west, to find there also the climax of his own disturbed career. Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, too, was in Paris in those days of early August, on a visit to her uncle's cousin and dearest friend, Madame de PLOUGASTEL. And although nothing could now be plainer than the seething unrest that heralded the explosion to come, Yet the air of gaiety, indeed of jocularity, prevailing at court, whither Madame and Mademoiselle went almost daily, reassured them. Monsieur de Plougastel had come and gone again, back to Coblenz, on that secret business that kept him now almost constantly absent from his wife. But whilst with her he had positively assured her that all measures were taken, and that an insurrection was a thing to be welcomed, because it could have only one conclusion, the final crushing of the revolution in the courtyard of the Tuileries. That, he added, was why the king remained in Paris. But for his confidence in that, he would put himself in the centre of his Swiss and his Knights of the Dagger and quit the capital. They would hack a way out for him easily if his departure were opposed. But not even that would be necessary. Yet in those early days of August, after her husband's departure, the effect of his inspiring words was gradually dissipated by the march of events under Madame's own eyes. And finally, on the afternoon of the 9th, there arrived at the Hôtel Plougastel a messenger from Meudon, bearing a note from Monsieur de Kercadiou, in which he urgently bade Mademoiselle join him there at once, and advised her hostess to accompany her. You may have realized that Monsieur de Kercadiou was of those who make friends with men of all classes. His ancient lineage placed him on terms of equality with members of the noblesse. His simple manners, something between the rustic and the bourgeois, and his natural affability placed him on equally good terms with those who by birth were his inferiors. In Meudon he was known and esteemed of all the simple folk, and it was Rougane, the friendly mayor, who, informed on the 9th of August of the storm that was brewing for the morrow, and knowing of Mademoiselle's absence in Paris, had warningly advised him to withdraw her from what in the next 24 hours might be a zone of danger for all persons of quality, particularly those suspected of connections with the court party. Now, there was no doubt whatever of Madame de Plougastel's connection with the court. It was not even to be doubted. Indeed, measure of proof of it was to be forthcoming, that those vigilant and ubiquitous secret societies that watched over the cradle of the young revolution were fully informed of the frequent journeyings of Monsieur de Plougastel to Coblenz, and entertained no illusions on the score of the reason for them. Given then a defeat of the court party in the struggle that was preparing, the position in Paris of Madame de Plougastel could not be other than fraught with danger, and that danger would be shared by any guest of birth at her hotel. Monsieur de Kercadiou's affection for both those women quickened the fears aroused in him by Rougane's warning. Hence that hastily dispatched note, desiring his niece and imploring his friend to come at once to Meudon. The friendly mayor carried his complaisance a step farther, and dispatched the letter to Paris by the hands of his own son, an intelligent lad of 19. It was late in the afternoon of that perfect August day when young Rougane presented himself at the Hôtel Plougastel. He was graciously received by Madame de Plougastel in the salon, whose splendours, when combined with the great air of the lady herself, overwhelmed the lad's simple, unsophisticated soul. Madame made up her mind at once. Monsieur de Kercadiou's urgent message no more than confirmed her own fears and inclinations. She decided upon instant departure. "Bien, madame," said the youth. "Then I have the honour to take my leave." But she would not let him go. First to the kitchen to refresh himself, whilst she and Mademoiselle made ready, and then a seat for him in her carriage as far as Meudon. She could not suffer him to return on foot as he had come. Though in all circumstances it was no more than his due, Yet the kindliness that in such a moment of agitation could take thought for another was presently to be rewarded. Had she done less than this, she would have known, if nothing worse, at least some hours of anguish even greater than those that were already in store for her. It wanted, perhaps, a half-hour to sunset when they set out in her carriage, with intent to leave Paris by the Porte Saint-Martin. They travelled with a single footman behind. Rogaine, terrifying condescension, was given a seat inside the carriage with the ladies, and proceeded to fall in love with Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, whom he accounted the most beautiful being he had ever seen, yet who talked to him simply and unaffectedly as with an equal. The thing went to his head a little, and disturbed certain republican notions which he had hitherto conceived himself to have thoroughly digested. The carriage drew up at the barrier, checked there by a picket of the National Guard posted before the iron gates. The sergeant in command strode to the door of the vehicle. The Countess put her head from the window. "The barrier is closed, madame," she was curtly informed. "Closed?" she echoed. The thing was incredible. But do you mean that we cannot pass?" "Not unless you have a permit, madame." The sergeant leaned nonchalantly on his pike. "The orders are that no one is to leave or enter without proper papers." "Whose orders?" "Orders of the Commune of Paris." "But I must go into the country this evening." Madame's voice was almost petulant. "I am expected." "In that case, let madame procure a permit." "Where is it to be procured?" "At the Hôtel de Ville or at the headquarters of madame's section." She considered a moment. "To the section, then. Be so good as to tell my coachman to drive to the Bondy section." He saluted her and stepped back. "Section Bondy, Rue des Morts," he bade the driver. Madame sank into her seat again in a state of agitation fully shared by Mademoiselle. Rogaine set himself to pacify and reassure them. The section would put the matter in order. They would most certainly be accorded a permit. What possible reason could there be for refusing them? A mere formality, after all. His assurance uplifted them merely to prepare them for a still more profound dejection, when presently they met with a flat refusal from the president of the section who received the Countess. "Your name, madame?" he asked brusquely, a rude fellow of the most advanced republican type. He had not even risen out of deference to the ladies when they entered. He was there, he would have told you, to perform the duties of his office, not to give dancing lessons. "Plougastel," he repeated after her without title, as if it had been the name of a butcher or baker. He took down a heavy volume from a shelf on his right, opened it, and turned the pages. It was a sort of directory of his section. Presently he found what he sought. "Comte de Plougastel, Hôtel Plougastel, Rue de Paradis, is that it?" "That is correct, monsieur," she answered, with what civility she could muster before the fellow's affronting rudeness. There was a long moment of silence, during which he studied certain pencilled entries against the name. The sections had been working in the last few weeks much more systematically than was generally suspected. "Your husband is with you, madame?" he asked curtly, his eyes still conning that page. "Monsieur le Comte is not with me," she answered, stressing the title. "Not with you?" He looked up suddenly and directed upon her a glance in which suspicion seemed to blend with derision. "Where is he?" "He is not in Paris, monsieur." "Ah! Is he at Coblenz, do you think?" Madame felt herself turning cold. There was something ominous in all this. To what end had the sections informed themselves so thoroughly of the comings and goings of their inhabitants? What was preparing? She had a sense of being trapped, of being taken in a net that had been cast unseen. "I do not know, monsieur," she said, her voice unsteady. "Of course not," he seemed to sneer. "No matter. And you wish to leave Paris also? Where do you desire to go?" "To Meudon." "Your business there?" The blood leapt to her face. His insolence was unbearable to a woman who in all her life had never known anything but the utmost deference from inferiors and equals alike. Nevertheless, realizing that she was face to face with forces entirely new, she controlled herself, stifled her resentment, and answered steadily. "I wish to conduct this lady, Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, back to her uncle, who resides there." "Is that all? Another day will do for that, madame. The matter is not pressing." "Pardon, monsieur, but to us the matter is very pressing." "You have not convinced me of it, and the barriers are closed to all who cannot prove the most urgent and satisfactory reasons for wishing to pass. You will wait, madame, until the restriction is removed. Good evening." "But, monsieur..." "Good evening, madame," he repeated significantly, a dismissal more contemptuous and despotic than any royal. "You have leave to go." Madame went out with Aline. Both were quivering with the anger that prudence had urged them to suppress. They climbed into the coach again, desiring to be driven home. Rougane's astonishment turned into dismay when they told him what had taken place. "Why not try the Hôtel de Ville, madame?" he suggested. "After that, it would be useless. We must resign ourselves to remaining in Paris until the barriers are opened again." "Perhaps it will not matter to us either way by then, madame," said Aline. "Aline!" she exclaimed in horror. "Mademoiselle!" cried Rougane on the same note. And then, because he perceived that people detained in this fashion must be in some danger not yet discernible, but on that account more dreadful, he set his wits to work. As they were approaching the Hôtel PLOUGASTEL once more, he announced that he had solved the problem. "A passport from without would do equally well," he announced. "Listen now, and trust me. I will go back to Meudon at once. My father shall give 2 permits, one for myself alone, and another for 3 persons, from Meudon to Paris and back to Meudon. I re-enter Paris with my own permit, which I then proceed to destroy, and we leave together, we 3, on the strength of the other one, representing ourselves as having come from Meudon in the course of the day. It is quite simple, after all. If I go at once, I shall be back tonight." "But how will you leave?" asked Aline. "I? Pooh! As to that, have no anxiety. My father is mayor of Meudon. There are plenty who know him. I will go to the Hôtel de Ville and tell them what is, after all, true, that I am caught in Paris by the closing of the barriers, and that my father is expecting me home this evening. They will pass me through. It is quite simple." His confidence uplifted them again. The thing seemed as easy as he represented it. "Then let your passport be for 4, my friend," Madame begged him. "There is Jacques," she explained, indicating the footman who had just assisted them to alight. Rougane departed, confident of soon returning, leaving them to await him with the same confidence. But the hours succeeded one another. The night closed in. Bedtime came, and still there was no sign of his return. They waited until midnight, each pretending for the other's sake to a confidence fully sustained. each invaded by vague premonitions of evil, yet beguiling the time by playing trick-track in the great salon, as if they had not a single anxious thought between them. At last, on the stroke of midnight, Madame sighed and rose. "It will be for tomorrow morning," she said, not believing it. "Of course," Aline agreed. "It would really have been impossible for him to have returned tonight, and it will be much better to travel tomorrow. The journey at so late an hour would tire you so much, dear madame." Thus they made pretense. Early in the morning they were awakened by a din of bells, the tocsins of the sections ringing the alarm. To their startled ears came later the rolling of drums, and at one time they heard the sounds of a multitude on the march. Paris was rising. Later still came the rattle of small arms in the distance, and the deeper boom of cannon. Battle was joined between the men of the sections and the men of the court. The people in arms had attacked the Tuileries. Wildest rumours flew in all directions, and some of them found their way through the servants to the Hôtel PLOUGASTEL, of that terrible fight for the palace, which was to end in the purposeless massacre of all those whom the invertebrate monarch abandoned there, whilst placing himself and his family under the protection of the Assembly. Purposeless to the end, ever adopting the course pointed out to him by evil counsellors. He prepared for resistance only until the need for resistance really arose, whereupon he ordered a surrender, which left those who had stood by him to the last at the mercy of a frenzied mob. And while this was happening in the Tuileries, the two women at the Hôtel PLOUGASTEL still waited for the return of Rogaine, though now with ever-lessening hope. And Rogaine did not return. The affair did not appear so simple to the father as to the son. Rogaine the elder was rightly afraid to lend himself to such a piece of deception. He went with his son to inform M. de Kercadiou of what had happened, and told him frankly of the thing his son suggested, but which he dared not do. M. de Kercadiou sought to move him by intercessions, and even by the offer of bribes, but Rogaine remained firm. "Monsieur," he said, "if it were discovered against me, as it inevitably would be, I should hang for it. Apart from that, and in spite of my anxiety to do all in my power to serve you, it would be a breach of trust such as I could not contemplate. You must not ask me, monsieur." "But what do you conceive is going to happen?" asked the half-demented gentleman. "It is war," said Rogaine, who was well informed, as we have seen. "War between the people and the court. I am desolated that my warning should have come too late. But when all is said, I do not think you need really alarm yourself. War will not be made on women." M. de Kercadiou clung for comfort to that assurance after the mayor and his son had departed. But at the back of his mind there remained the knowledge of the traffic in which M. de Plougastel was engaged. What if the revolutionaries were equally well informed? And most probably they were. The women-folk, political offenders, had been known aforetime to suffer for the sins of their men. Anything was possible in a popular upheaval, and Aline would be exposed jointly with Madame de Plougastel. Late that night, as he sat gloomily in his brother's library, the pipe in which he had sought solace extinguished between his fingers, there came a sharp knocking at the door. To the old seneschal of Gavrillac, who went to open, there stood revealed upon the threshold a slim young man in a dark olive surcoat, the skirts of which reached down to his calves. He wore boots, buckskins, and a small sword, and round his waist there was a tricolour sash. In his hat a tricolour cockade, which gave him an official look extremely sinister to the eyes of that old retainer of feudalism, who shared to the full his master's present fears. "Monsieur desires?" he asked, between respect and mistrust. And then a crisp voice startled him. "Why, Benoit, name of name, have you completely forgotten me?" With a shaking hand, the old man raised the lantern he carried so as to throw its light more fully upon that lean, wide-mouthed countenance. "Monsieur Andre!" he cried. "Monsieur Andre!" And then he looked at the sash and the cockade, and hesitated, apparently at a loss. But Andre-Louis stepped past him into the wide vestibule, with its tessellated floor of black and white marble. "If my godfather has not yet retired, take me to him. If he has retired, take me to him all the same." "Oh, but certainly, Monsieur Andre, and I am sure he will be ravished to see you. No, he has not yet retired. This way, Monsieur Andre, this way, if you please." The returning Andre-Louis, reaching Meudon a half-hour ago, had gone straight to the mayor for some definite news of what might be happening in Paris that should either confirm or dispel the ominous rumours that he had met in ever-increasing volume as he approached the capital. Rougane informed him that insurrection was imminent, that already the sections had possessed themselves of the barriers, and that it was impossible for any person not fully accredited to enter or leave the city. Andre-Louis bowed his head, his thoughts of the gravest. He had for some time perceived the danger of this second revolution from within the first, which might destroy everything that had been done, and give the reins of power to a villainous faction that would plunge the country into anarchy. The thing he had feared was more than ever on the point of taking place. He would go on at once, that very night, and see for himself what was happening. And then, as he was leaving, he turned again to Rougane, and asked if M. de Kercadiou was still at Meudon. "You know him, monsieur?" "He is my godfather." "Your godfather? And you, a representative? Why, then you may be the very man he needs." And Rougane told him of his son's errand into Paris that afternoon and its result. No more was required. That 2 years ago his godfather should, upon certain terms, have refused him his house weighed for nothing at that moment. He left his travelling carriage at the little inn and went straight to M. de Kercadiou. And M. de Kercadiou, startled in such an hour by this sudden apparition of one against whom he nursed a bitter grievance, greeted him in terms almost identical with those in which, in that same room, he had greeted him on a similar occasion once before. "What do you want here, sir?" "To serve you, if possible, my godfather," was the disarming answer. But it did not disarm M. de Kercadiou. "You have stayed away so long that I hoped you would not again disturb me." "I should not have ventured to disobey you now, were it not for the hope that I can be of service. I have seen Rougane, the mayor." "What's that you say about not venturing to disobey?" "You forbade me your house, monsieur." M. de Kercadiou stared at him helplessly. "And is that why you have not come near me in all this time?" "Of course. Why else?" M. de Kercadiou continued to stare. Then he swore under his breath. It disconcerted him to have to deal with a man who insisted upon taking him so literally. He had expected that Andre-Louis would have come contritely to admit his fault and beg to be taken back into favour. He said so. "But how could I hope that you meant less than you said, monsieur? You were so very definite in your declaration. What expressions of contrition could have served me without a purpose of amendment? And I had no notion of amending. We may yet be thankful for that." "Thankful?" "I am a representative. I have certain powers. I am very opportunely returning to Paris. Can I serve you where Rougane cannot? The need, monsieur, would appear to be very urgent if the half of what I suspect is true. Aline should be placed in safety at once." Monsieur de Kercadiou surrendered unconditionally. He came over and took Andre-Louis' hand. "My boy," he said, and he was visibly moved. "There is in you a certain nobility that is not to be denied. If I seemed harsh with you then, it was because I was fighting against your evil proclivities. I desired to keep you out of the evil path of politics that have brought this unfortunate country into so terrible a pass. The enemy on the frontier, civil war about to flame out at home. That is what you revolutionaries have done." Andre-Louis did not argue. He passed on. "About Aline?" he asked, and himself answered his own question. "She is in Paris, and she must be brought out of it at once, before the place becomes a shambles. As well it may, once the passions that have been brewing all these months are let loose. Young Rougane's plan is good. At least I cannot think of a better one." "But Rougane the elder will not hear of it." "You mean he will not do it on his own responsibility? But he has consented to do it on mine. I have left him a note over my signature to the effect that a safe conduct for Mademoiselle de Kercadiou to go to Paris and return is issued by him in compliance with orders from me. The powers I carry, and of which I have satisfied him, are his sufficient justification for obeying me in this. I have left him that note on the understanding that he is to use it only in an extreme case for his own protection. In exchange, he has given me this safe conduct." "You already have it?" Monsieur de Kercadiou took the sheet of paper that Andre-Louis held out. His hand shook. He approached it to the cluster of candles burning on the console and screwed up his short-sighted eyes to read. "If you send that to Paris by young Rougane in the morning," said Andre-Louis, "Aline should be here by noon. Nothing, of course, could be done tonight without provoking suspicion. The hour is too late. And now, monsieur my godfather, you know exactly why I intrude in violation of your commands. If there is any other way in which I can serve you, you have but to name it whilst I am here." "But there is, Andre. Did not Rougane tell you that there were others?" "He mentioned Madame de Plougastel and her servant." "Then why?" Monsieur de Kercadiou broke off, looking his question. Very solemnly, Andre-Louis shook his head. "That is impossible," he said. Monsieur de Kercadiou's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Impossible?" he repeated. "But why?" "Monsieur, I can do what I am doing for Aline without offending my conscience. Besides, for Aline I would offend my conscience and do it. But Madame de Plougastel is in very different case. Neither Aline nor any of hers have been concerned in counter-revolutionary work, which is the true source of the calamity that now threatens to overtake us. I can procure her removal from Paris without self-reproach, convinced that I am doing nothing that anyone could censure, or that might become the subject of inquiries. But Madame de Plougastel is the wife of Monsieur le Comte de Plougastel, whom all the world knows to be an agent between the court and the emigres." "That is no fault of hers," cried Monsieur de Kercadiou through his consternation. "Agreed. But she may be called upon at any moment to establish the fact that she is not a party to these manoeuvres. It is known that she was in Paris today. Should she be sought tomorrow, and should it be found that she has gone, inquiries will certainly be made, from which it must result that I have betrayed my trust and abused my powers to serve personal ends. I hope, monsieur, that you will understand that the risk is too great to be run for the sake of a stranger." "A stranger?" said the seigneur reproachfully. practically a stranger to me," said Andre-Louis.
"But she is not a stranger to me, Andre. She is my cousin, and very dear and valued friend. And, mon Dieu, what you say but increases the urgency of getting her out of Paris. She must be rescued, Andre, at all costs. She must be rescued. Why, her case is infinitely more urgent than Aline's."
He stood a suppliant before his godson, very differently now from the stern man who had greeted him on his arrival. His face was pale, his hands shook, and there were beads of perspiration on his brow. "Monsieur my godfather, I would do anything in reason, but I cannot do this. To rescue her might mean ruin for Aline and yourself as well as for me."
"We must take the risk."
"You have a right to speak for yourself, of course."
"Oh, and for you, believe me, Andre, for you."
He came close to the young man.
"Andre, I implore you to take my word for that, and to obtain this permit for Madame de Plougastel."
Andre looked at him, mystified. "This is fantastic," he said. "I have grateful memories of the lady's interest in me for a few days, once when I was a child, and again more recently in Paris when she sought to convert me to what she accounts the true political religion. But I do not risk my neck for her. No, nor yours, nor Aline's."
"Ah, but Andre..."
"That is my last word, monsieur. It is growing late, and I desire to sleep in Paris."
"No, no, wait!"
The Lord of Gavrillac was displaying signs of unspeakable distress.
"Andre, you must..."
There was in this insistence, and still more in the frenzied manner of it, something so unreasonable that Andre could not fail to assume that some dark and mysterious motive lay behind it. "I must?" he echoed. "Why must I? Your reasons, monsieur?"
"Andre, my reasons are overwhelming."
"Pray allow me to be the judge of that." Andre-Louis' manner was almost peremptory. The demand seemed to reduce M. de Kercadiou to despair. He paced the room, his hands tight clasped behind him, his brow wrinkled. At last he came to stand before his godson.
"Can't you take my word for it that these reasons exist?"
he cried in anguish. "In such a matter as this? A matter that may involve my neck? Oh, monsieur, is that reasonable?"
"I violate my word of honor. My oath, if I tell you."
M. de Kercadiou turned away, wringing his hands, his condition visibly piteous, then turned again to Andre.
"But in this extremity, in this desperate extremity, and since you so ungenerously insist, I shall have to tell you. God help me, I have no choice. She will realize that when she knows. Andre, my boy..."
He paused again, a man afraid. He set a hand on his godson's shoulder, and to his increasing amazement, Andre-Louis perceived that over those pale, short-sighted eyes there was a film of tears.
"Madame de Plougastel is your mother."
Followed for a long moment utter silence. This thing that he was told was not immediately understood. When understanding came at last, Andre-Louis' first impulse was to cry out. But he possessed himself and played the stoic. He must ever be playing something. That was in his nature. and he was true to his nature even in this supreme moment. He continued, silent, until, obeying that queer histrionic instinct, he could trust himself to speak without emotion. "I see," he said at last, quite coolly. His mind was sweeping back over the past. Swiftly he reviewed his memories of Madame de Plougastel, her singular, if sporadic, interest in him, the curious blend of affection and wistfulness which her manner toward him had always presented, and at last he understood so much that hitherto had intrigued him. "I see," he said again, and added now, "Of course, any but a fool would have guessed it long ago." It was M. de Kercadiou who cried out, M. de Kercadiou who recoiled as from a blow. "My God, Andre! Of what are you made? You can take such an announcement in this fashion." "And how would you have me take it? Should it surprise me to discover that I had a mother? After all, a mother is an indispensable necessity to getting oneself born." He sat down abruptly, to conceal the too revealing fact that his limbs were shaking. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to mop his brow, which had grown damp. And then, quite suddenly, he found himself weeping. At the sight of those tears streaming silently down that face that had turned so pale, M. de Kercadiou came quickly across to him. He sat down beside him and threw an arm affectionately over his shoulder. "Andre, my poor lad," he murmured. I was fool enough to think you had no heart. You deceived me with your infernal pretense. And now I see. He was not sure what it was he saw, or else he hesitated to express it. "It is nothing, monsieur. I am tired out, and I have a cold in the head." And then, finding the part beyond his power, he abruptly threw it up, utterly abandoned all pretense. Why has there been all this mystery?" he asked. "Was it intended that I should never know?" "It was, Andre. It had to be, for prudence' sake." "But why? Complete your confidence, sir. Surely you cannot leave it there. Having told me so much, you must tell me all." "The reason, my boy, is that you were born some 3 years after your mother's marriage with M. de Plougastel, some 18 months after M. de Plougastel had been away with the army, and some 4 months before his return to his wife. It is a matter that M. de Plougastel has never suspected, and for gravest family reasons must never suspect. That is why the utmost secrecy has been preserved. That is why none was ever allowed to know. Your mother came betimes into Brittany, and under an assumed name spent some months in the village of Moreau. It was while she was there that you were born." Andre-Louis turned it over in his mind. He had dried his tears, and sat now, rigid and collected. "When you say that none was ever allowed to know, you are telling me, of course, that you, monsieur..." "Oh, mon Dieu, no!" The denial came in a violent outburst. Monsieur de Kercadiou sprang to his feet, propelled from Andre's side by the violence of his emotions. It was as if the very suggestion filled him with horror. "I was the only other one who knew. But it is not as you think, Andre. You cannot imagine that I should lie to you, that I should deny you if you were my son."
"If you say that I am not, monsieur, that is sufficient."
"You are not. I was Therese's cousin, and also, as she well knew, her truest friend. She knew that she could trust me, and it was to me she came for help in her extremity. Once, years before, I would have married her. But, of course, I am not the sort of man a woman could love. She trusted, however, to my love for her, and I have kept her trust."
"Then who was my father?"
"I don't know. She never told me. It was her secret, and I did not pry. It is not in my nature, Andre."
Andre-Louis got up and stood silently facing Monsieur de Kercadiou.
"You believe me, Andre?"
"Naturally, monsieur. And I am sorry. I am sorry that I am not your son." Monsieur de Kercadiou gripped his godson's hand convulsively, and held it a moment with no word spoken. Then, as they fell away from each other again,
"And now, what will you do, Andre?" he asked. "Now that you know."
Andre-Louis stood a while considering, then broke into laughter. The situation had its humours. He explained them.
"What difference should the knowledge make? Is filial piety to be called into existence by the mere announcement of relationship? Am I to risk my neck through lack of circumspection on behalf of a mother so very circumspect that she had no intention of ever revealing herself? The discovery rests upon the merest chance, upon a fall of the dice of fate. Is that to weigh with me?" "The decision is with you, Andre."
"Nay, it is beyond me. Decide it who can, I cannot."
"You mean that you refuse, even now?"
"I mean that I consent. Since I cannot decide what it is that I should do, it only remains for me to do what a son should. It is grotesque, but all life is grotesque."
"You will never, never regret it."
"I hope not," said Andre. "Yet I think it very likely that I shall. And now I had better see Rougane once again, and obtain from him the other 2 permits required. Then perhaps it will be best that I take them to Paris myself in the morning. If you will give me a bed, monsieur, I shall be grateful. I confess that I am hardly in case to do more tonight." End of Book 3, Chapter 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 13, Sanctuary. Into the late afternoon of that endless day of horror, with its perpetual alarms, its volleying musketry, rolling drums, and distant muttering of angry multitudes, Madame de Plougastel and Aline sat waiting in that handsome house in the Rue de Paradis.
It was no longer for Rougane they waited. They realized that, be the reason what it might, and by now many reasons must no doubt exist, this friendly messenger would not return. They waited without knowing for what. They waited for whatever might betide. At one time, early in the afternoon, the roar of battle approached them, racing swiftly in their direction, swelling each moment in volume and in horror. It was the frenzied clamour of a multitude drunk with blood and bent on destruction. Near at hand, that fierce wave of humanity checked in its turbulent progress. Followed blows of pikes upon a door and imperious calls to open. And thereafter came the rending of timbers, the shivering of glass, screams of terror blending with screams of rage, and running through these shrill sounds, the deeper diapason of bestial laughter. It was a hunt of two wretched Swiss guardsmen, seeking blindly to escape, and they were run to earth in a house in the neighbourhood, and there cruelly done to death by that demoniac mob. The thing accomplished, the hunters, male and female, forming into a battalion, came swinging down the Rue du Paradis, chanting the song of Marseille, a song new to Paris in those days. Allons, enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrive. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élève. Nearer it came, raucously bawled by some hundreds of voices. A dread sound that had come so suddenly to displace, at least temporarily, the merry trivial air of the Ça ira, which hitherto had been the revolutionary carillon. Instinctively, Madame de Plougastel and Aline clung to each other. They had heard the sound of the ravishing of that other house in the neighbourhood, without knowledge of the reason. What if now it should be the turn of the Hôtel Plougastel? There was no real cause to fear it, save that amid a turmoil imperfectly understood and therefore the more awe-inspiring, the worst must be feared always. The dreadful song so dreadfully sung, and the thunder of heavily shod feet upon the roughly paved street, passed on and receded. They breathed again, almost as if a miracle had saved them, to yield to fresh alarm an instant later, when Madame's young footman, Jacques, the most trusted of her servants, burst into their presence unceremoniously with a scared face, bringing the announcement that a man who had just climbed over the garden wall professed himself a friend of Madame's, and desired to be brought immediately to her presence. "But he looks like a sans-culotte, Madame," the staunch fellow warned her. Her thoughts and hopes leapt at once to Rougane. "Bring him in," she commanded breathlessly. Jacques went out, to return presently accompanied by a tall man in a long, shabby, and very ample overcoat, and a wide-brimmed hat that was turned down all around, and adorned by an enormous tricolour cockade. This hat he removed as he entered. Jacques, standing behind him, perceived that his hair, although now in some disorder, bore signs of having been carefully dressed. It was clubbed, and it carried some lingering vestiges of powder. The young footman wondered what it was in the man's face, which was turned from him, that should cause his mistress to out and recoil. Then he found himself dismissed abruptly by a gesture. The newcomer advanced to the middle of the salon, moving like a man exhausted and breathing hard. There he leaned against a table across which he confronted Madame de Plougastel, and she stood regarding him, a strange horror in her eyes. In the background, on a settle at the salon's far end, sat Aline, staring in bewilderment and some fear at a face which, if unrecognizable through the mask of blood and dust that smeared it, was yet familiar. And then the man spoke, and instantly she knew the voice for that of the Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr. "My dear friend," he was saying, "forgive me if I startled you. Forgive me if I thrust myself in here without leave at such a time in such a manner. But you see how it is with me. I am a fugitive. In the course of my distracted flight, not knowing which way to turn for safety, I thought of you. I told myself that if I could but safely reach your house, I might find sanctuary. You are in danger?" In danger? Almost he seemed silently to laugh at the unnecessary question. If I were to show myself openly in the streets just now, I might with luck contrive to live for 5 minutes. My friend, it has been a massacre. Some few of us escaped from the Tuileries at the end, to be hunted to death in the streets. I doubt if by this time a single Swiss survives. They had the worst of it, poor devils. And as for us, my God, they hate us more than they hate the Swiss. Hence this filthy disguise." He peeled off the shaggy great coat, and casting it from him, stepped forth in the black satin that had been the general livery of the 100 Knights of the Dagger, who had rallied in the Tuileries that morning to the defence of their king. His coat was rent across the back, his neckcloth and the ruffles at his wrists were torn and blood-stained. With his smeared face and disordered headdress, he was terrible to behold. Yet he contrived to carry himself with his habitual easy assurance, remembered to kiss the trembling hand which Madame de Plougastel extended to him in welcome. "You did well to come to me, Gervais," she said. "Yes, here is sanctuary for the present. You will be quite safe, at least for as long as we are safe. My servants are entirely trustworthy. Sit down and tell me all." He obeyed her, collapsing almost into the armchair which she thrust forward. A man exhausted, whether by physical exertion or by nerve strain, or both. He drew a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped some of the blood and dirt from his face. "It is soon told." His tone was bitter with the bitterness of despair. "This, my dear, is the end of us. Plougastel is lucky in being across the frontier at such a time. Had I not been fool enough to trust those who today have proved themselves utterly unworthy of trust, that is where I should be myself. My remaining in Paris is the crowning folly of a life full of follies and mistakes. That I should come to you in my hour of most urgent need adds point to it." He laughed in his bitterness. Madame moistened her dry lips. And now?" she asked him. "It only remains to get away as soon as may be, if it is still possible. Here in France there is no longer any room for us, at least not above ground.
Today has proved it." And then he looked up at her, standing there beside him so pale and timid, and he smiled. He patted the fine hand that rested upon the arm of his chair. "My dear Therese, unless you carry charitableness to the length of giving me to drink, you will see me perish of thirst under your eyes before ever the canaille has a chance to finish me." She started. "I should have thought of it," she cried in self-reproach, and she turned quickly. "Aline," she begged, "tell Jacques to bring..." "Aline!" he echoed, interrupting and swinging round in his turn. Then, as Aline rose into view, detaching from her background, and he at last perceived her, he heaved himself abruptly to his weary legs again, and stood there stiffly bowing to her across the space of gleaming floor. "Mademoiselle, I had not suspected your presence," he said, and he seemed extraordinarily ill at ease. A man startled, as if caught in an illicit act. "I perceived it, monsieur," she answered. As she advanced to do Madame's commission, she paused before him. "From my heart, monsieur, I grieve that we should meet again in circumstances so very painful." Not since the day of his duel with Andre-Louis, the day which had seen the death and burial of his last hope of winning her, had they stood face to face. He checked, as if on the point of answering her. His glance strayed to Madame de Plougastel, and, oddly reticent for one who could be very glib, he bowed in silence. "But sit, monsieur, I beg. You are fatigued." "You are gracious to observe it. With your permission, then." And he resumed his seat. She continued on her way to the door and passed out upon her errand. When presently she returned, they had almost unaccountably changed places. It was Madame de Plougastel who was seated in that armchair of brocade and gilt, and Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr, who, despite his lassitude, was leaning over the back of it talking earnestly, seeming by his attitude to plead with her. On Aline's entrance he broke off instantly and moved away, so that she was left with a sense of having intruded. Further, she observed that the Countess was in tears. Following her came presently the diligent Jacques, bearing a tray laden with food and wine. Madame poured for her guest, and he drank a long draught of the Burgundy, then begged, holding forth his grimy hands, that he might mend his appearance before sitting down to eat. He was led away and valeted by Jacques, and when he returned he had removed from his person the last vestige of the rough handling he had received. He looked almost his normal self, the disorder in his attire repaired, calm and dignified and courtly in his bearing, but very pale and haggard of face, seeming suddenly to have increased in years, to have reached in appearance the age that was in fact his own. As he ate and drank, and this with appetite, for as he told them he had not tasted food since early morning, he entered into the details of the dreadful events of the day, and gave them the particulars of his own escape from the Tuileries, when all was seen to be lost, and when the Swiss, having burnt their last cartridge, were submitting to wholesale massacre at the hands of the indescribably furious mob. "Oh, it was all most ill done," he ended critically. "We were timid when we should have been resolute, and resolute at last when it was too late." That is the history of our side from the beginning of this accursed struggle. We have lacked proper leadership throughout, and now, as I have said already, there is an end to us. It but remains to escape, as soon as we can discover how the thing is to be accomplished." Madame told him of the hopes that she had centred upon Rougane. It lifted him out of his gloom. He was disposed to be optimistic. "You are wrong to have abandoned that hope," he assured her. "If this mayor is so well disposed, he certainly can do as his son promised. But last night it would have been too late for him to have reached you, and today, assuming that he had come to Paris, almost impossible for him to win across the streets from the other side. It is most likely that he will yet come. I pray that he may, for the knowledge that you and Mademoiselle de Kercadiou are out of this would comfort me above all." "We should take you with us," said Madame. "Ah, but how?" "Young Rougane was to bring me permits for 3 persons, Aline, myself, and my footman Jacques. You would take the place of Jacques." "Faith, to get out of Paris, Madame, there is no man whose place I would not take." And he laughed. Their spirits rose with his, and their flagging hopes revived. But as dusk descended again upon the city, without any sign of the deliverer they awaited, those hopes began to ebb once more. M. de La Tour d'Azyr at last pleaded weariness, and begged to be permitted to withdraw that he might endeavour to take some rest against whatever might have to be faced in the immediate future. When he had gone, Madame persuaded Aline to go and lie down. "I will call you, my dear, the moment he arrives," she said, bravely maintaining that pretence of a confidence that had by now entirely evaporated. Aline kissed her affectionately and departed, outwardly so calm and unperturbed as to leave the Countess wondering whether she realized the peril by which they were surrounded, a peril infinitely increased by the presence in that house of a man so widely known and detested as M. de La Tour d'Azyr, a man who was probably being sought for by his enemies at this moment. Left alone, Madame lay down on a couch in the salon itself, to be ready for any emergency. It was a hot summer night, and the glass doors opening upon the luxuriant garden stood wide to admit the air. On that air came intermittently from the distance sounds of the continuing, horrible activities of the populace, the aftermath of that bloody day. Madame de Plougastel lay there, listening to those sounds for upwards of an hour, thanking heaven that for the present, at least, the disturbances were distant, dreading lest at any moment they should occur nearer at hand, lest this bondy section in which her hotel was situated should become the scene of horrors similar to those whose echoes reached her ears from other sections away to the south and west. The couch occupied by the Countess lay in shadow, for all the lights in that long salon had been extinguished with the exception of a cluster of candles in a massive silver candle branch placed on a round marqueterie table in the middle of the room, an island of light in the surrounding gloom. The timepiece on the overmantel chimed melodiously the hour of 10, and then, startling in the suddenness with which it broke the immediate silence, another sound vibrated through the house, and brought Madame to her feet, in a breathless mingling of hope and dread. Someone was knocking
sharply on the door below. Followed moments of agonized suspense, culminating in the abrupt invasion of the room by the footman Jacques. He looked round, not seeing his mistress at first. "Madame! Madame!" he panted, out of breath. "What is it, Jacques?" Her voice was steady now that the need for self-control seemed thrust upon her. She advanced from the shadows into that island of light about the table. "There is a man below. He is asking... He is demanding to see you at once." "A man?" she questioned. He seems to be an official. At least he wears the sash of office. And he refused to give any name. He says that his name would convey nothing to you. He insists that he must see you in person, and at once." "An official," said Madame. "An official," Jacques repeated. "I would not have admitted him but that he demanded it in the name of the nation. Madame, it is for you to say what shall be done. Robert is with me. If you wish it, whatever it may be." "My good Jacques, no, no." She was perfectly composed. If this man intended evil, surely he would not come alone. "Conduct him to me, and then beg Mademoiselle de Kercadiou to join me, if she is awake." Jacques departed, himself partly reassured. Madame seated herself in the armchair by the table, well within the light. She smoothed her dress with a mechanical hand. If, as it would seem, her hopes had been futile, so had her momentary fears. A man on any but an errand of peace would have brought some following with him, as she had said. The door opened again, and Jacques reappeared. After him, stepping briskly past him, came a slight man in a wide-brimmed hat, adorned by a tricolour cockade. About the waist of an olive-green riding-coat he wore a broad tricolour sash. A sword hung at his side. He swept off his hat, and the candlelight glinted on the steel buckle in front of it. Madame found herself silently regarded by a pair of large, dark eyes, set in a lean, brown face. Eyes that were most singularly intent and searching. She leaned forward. Incredulity swept across her countenance. Then her eyes kindled, and the colour came creeping back into her pale cheeks. She rose suddenly. She was trembling. "Andre-Louis!" she exclaimed. End of Book 3, Chapter 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 14. The Barrier. That gift of laughter of his seemed utterly extinguished. For once there was no gleam of humour in those dark eyes, as they continued to consider her with that queer stare of scrutiny. And yet, though his gaze was sombre, his thoughts were not. With his cruelly true mental vision, which pierced through shams, and his capacity for detached observation, which properly applied might have carried him very far indeed, he perceived the grotesqueness, the artificiality of the emotion which in that moment he experienced, but by which he refused to be possessed. It sprang entirely from the consciousness that she was his mother, as if, all things considered, the more or less accidental fact that she had brought him into the world could establish between them any real bond at this time of day. The motherhood that bears and forsakes is less than animal. He had considered this. He had been given ample leisure in which to consider it during those long, turbulent hours in which he had been forced to wait, because it would have been almost impossible to have won across that seething city, and certainly unwise to have attempted so to do. He had reached the conclusion that by consenting to go to her rescue at such a time, he stood committed to a piece of purely sentimental quixotry. The quittances which the mayor of Meudon had exacted from him before he would issue the necessary safe-conducts placed the whole of his future, perhaps his very life, in jeopardy. And he had consented to do this not for the sake of a reality, but out of regard for an idea. He who all his life had avoided the false lure of worthless and hollow sentimentality. Thus thought Andre-Louis, as he considered her now so searchingly, finding it, naturally enough, a matter of extraordinary interest to look consciously upon his mother for the first time at the age of 28. From her he looked at last at Jacques, who remained at attention waiting by the open door. "Could we be alone, madame?" he asked her. She waved the footman away and the door closed. In agitated silence, unquestioning, she waited for him to account for his presence there at so extraordinary a time. Rougane could not return, he informed her shortly. At M. de Kercadiou's request, I come instead. You are sent to rescue us." The note of amazement in her voice was stronger than that of her relief. "That, and to make your acquaintance, madame." "To make my acquaintance? But what do you mean, Andre-Louis?" "This letter from M. de Kercadiou will tell you." Intrigued by his odd words and odder manner, she took the folded sheet. She broke the seal with shaking hands, and with shaking hands approached the written page to the light. Her eyes grew troubled as she read. The shaking of her hands increased, and midway through that reading a moan escaped her. One glance that was almost terror she darted at the slim, straight man standing so incredibly impassive upon the edge of the light, and then she endeavoured to read on. But the crabbed characters of M. de Kercadiou swam distortedly under her eyes. She could not read. Besides, what could it matter what else he said? She had read enough. The sheet fluttered from her hands to the table, and out of a face that was like a face of wax, she looked now with a wistfulness, a sadness indescribable, at Andre-Louis. "And so, you know, my child." Her voice was stifled to a whisper. "I know, madame, my mother." The grimness, the subtle blend of merciless derision and reproach in which it was uttered completely escaped her. She cried out at the new name. For her, in that moment, time and the world stood still. Her peril there in Paris, as the wife of an intriguer at Coblenz, was blotted out, together with every other consideration, thrust out of a consciousness that could find room for nothing else beside the fact that she stood acknowledged by her only son. This child, begotten in adultery, born furtively and in shame in a remote Brittany village 28 years ago. Not even a thought for the betrayal of that inviolable secret, or the consequences that might follow, could she spare in this supreme moment. She took 1 or 2 faltering steps towards him, hesitating. Then she opened her arms. Sobs suffocated her voice. "Won't you come to me, Andre-Louis?" A moment yet he stood hesitating, startled by that appeal, angered almost by his heart's response to it. Reason and sentiment at grips in his soul. This was not real, his reason postulated. This poignant emotion that she displayed and that he experienced was fantastic. Yet he went. Her arms enfolded him. Her wet cheek was pressed hard against his own. Her frame, which the years had not yet succeeded in robbing of its grace, was shaken by the passionate storm within her. "Oh, Andre-Louis, my child, if you knew how I have hungered to hold you so, if you knew how, in denying myself this, I have atoned and suffered. Kercadiou should not have told you, not even now. It was wrong. Most wrong, perhaps, to you. It would have been better that he should have left me here to my fate, whatever that may be. And yet, come what may of this, to be able to hold you so, to be able to acknowledge you, to hear you call me mother. Oh, Andre-Louis, I cannot now regret it. I cannot wish it otherwise." "Is there any need, madame?" he asked her, his stoicism deeply shaken. "There is no occasion to take others into our confidence. This is for tonight alone. Tonight we are mother and son. Tomorrow we resume our former places and, outwardly at least, forget." "Forget? Have you no heart, Andre-Louis?" The question recalled him curiously to his attitude towards life, that histrionic attitude of his that he accounted true philosophy. Also he remembered what lay before them, and he realized that he must master not only himself but her, that to yield too far to sentiment at such a time might be the ruin of them all. "It is a question propounded to me so often that it must contain the truth," said he. "My rearing is to blame for that." She tightened her clutch about his neck even as he would have attempted to disengage himself from her embrace. "You do not blame me for your rearing. Knowing all as you do, Andre-Louis, you cannot altogether blame. You must be merciful to me. You must forgive me, you must. I had no choice." "When we know all of whatever it may be, we can never do anything but forgive, madam. That is the profoundest religious truth that was ever written. It contains, in fact, a whole religion, the noblest religion any man could have to guide him. I say this for your comfort, madame, my mother." She sprang away from him with a startled cry. Beyond him in the shadows by the door, a pale figure shimmered, ghostly. It advanced into the light and resolved itself into Aline. She had come in answer to that forgotten summons Madame had sent her by Jacques. Entering unperceived, she had seen Andre-Louis in the embrace of the woman whom he addressed as mother. She had recognized him instantly by his voice, and she could not have said what bewildered her more, his presence there or the thing she overheard. "You heard, Aline?" Madame exclaimed. "I could not help it, madame. You sent for me. I am sorry if..." She broke off and looked at Andre-Louis long and curiously. She was pale but quite composed. She held out her hand to him. "And so you have come at last, Andre," said she. "You might have come before." "I come when I am wanted," was his answer, "which is the only time in which one can be sure of being received." He said it without bitterness, and having said it, stooped to kiss her hand. "You can forgive me what is past, I hope, since I failed of my purpose," he said gently, half pleading. "I could not have come to you pretending that the failure was intentional, a compromise between the necessities of the case and your own wishes, for it was not that. And yet you do not seem to have profited by my failure. You are still a maid." She turned her shoulder to him. "There are things," she said, "that you will never understand." "Life, for one," he acknowledged. "I confess that I am finding it bewildering. The very explanations calculated to simplify it seem but to complicate it further." And he looked at Madame de Plougastel. "You mean something, I suppose?" said Mademoiselle. "Aline!" It was the Countess who spoke. She knew the danger of half-discoveries. "I can trust you, child. I know. And Andre-Louis, I am sure, will offer no objection." She had taken up the letter to show it to Aline. Yet first her eyes questioned him. "Oh, none, madame," he assured her. "It is entirely a matter for yourself." Aline looked from one to the other with troubled eyes, hesitating to take the letter that was now proffered. When she had read it through, she very thoughtfully replaced it on the table. A moment she stood there with bowed head, the other two watching her. Then impulsively she ran to Madame and put her arms around her. "Aline!" It was a cry of wonder, almost of joy. "You do not utterly abhor me?" "My dear," said Aline, and kissed the tear-stained face that seemed to have grown years older in these last few hours. In the background, Andre-Louis, steeling himself against emotionalism, spoke with the voice of Scaramouche. "It would be well, mesdames, to postpone all transports until they can be indulged at greater leisure and in more security. It is growing late. If we are to get out of this shambles, we should be wise to take the road without more delay." It was a tonic as effective as it was necessary. It startled them into remembrance of their circumstances, and under the spur of it they went at once to make their preparations. They left him for perhaps a quarter of an hour to pace that long room alone, saved only from impatience by the turmoil of his mind. When at length they returned, they were accompanied by a tall man in a full-skirted shaggy great-coat and a broad hat, the brim of which was turned down all around. He remained respectfully by the door in the shadows. Between them the two women had concerted it thus, or rather the Countess had so concerted it when Aline had warned her that Andre-Louis' bitter hostility towards the Marquis made it unthinkable that he should move a finger consciously to save him. Now, despite the close friendship uniting M. de Kercadiou and his niece with Madame de Plougastel, there were several matters concerning them of which the Countess was in ignorance. One of these was the project at one time existing of a marriage between Aline and M. de La Tour d'Azyr. It was a matter that Aline, naturally enough in the state of her feelings, had never mentioned, nor had M. de Kercadiou ever alluded to it since his coming to Meudon, by when he had perceived how unlikely it was ever to be realized. M. de La Tour d'Azyr's concern for Aline on that morning of the duel, when he had found her half swooning in Madame de Plougastel's carriage, had been of a circumspection that betrayed nothing of his real interest in her, and therefore had appeared no more than natural in one who must account himself the cause of her distress. Similarly, Madame de Plougastel had never realized, nor did she realize now, for Aline did not trouble fully to enlighten her, that the hostility between the two men was other than political, the quarrel other than that which already had taken Andre-Louis to the Bois on every day of the preceding week. But at least she realized that even if Andre-Louis' rancour should have no other source, yet that inconclusive duel was cause enough for Aline's fears. And so she had proposed this obvious deception, and Aline had consented to be a passive party to it. They had made the mistake of not fully forewarning and persuading M. de La Tour d'Azyr. They had trusted entirely to his anxiety to escape from Paris, to keep him rigidly within the part imposed upon him. They had reckoned without the queer sense of honour that moved such men as Monsieur le Marquis, nurtured upon a code of shams. Andre-Louis, turning to scan that muffled figure, advanced from the dark depths of the salon. As the light beat on his white, lean face, the pseudo-footman started. The next moment he too stepped forward into the light and swept his broad-brimmed hat from his brow. As he did so, Andre-Louis observed that his hand was fine and white, and that a jewel flashed from one of the fingers. Then he caught his breath, and stiffened in every line as he recognized the face revealed to him. "Monsieur," that stern, proud man was saying, "I cannot take advantage of your ignorance. If these ladies can persuade you to save me, at least it is due to you that you shall know whom you are saving." He stood there by the table, very erect and dignified, ready to perish as he had lived, if perish he must, without fear and without deception. Andre-Louis came slowly forward until he reached the table on the other side, and then, at last, the muscles of his set face relaxed, and he laughed. "You laugh?" said M. de La Tour d'Azyr, frowning, offended. "It is so damnably amusing," said Andre-Louis. "You've an odd sense of humour, Monsieur Moreau." "Oh, admitted. The unexpected always moves me so. I have found you many things in the course of our acquaintance. Tonight, you are the one thing I never expected to find. An honest man." M. de La Tour d'Azyr quivered, but he attempted no reply. "Because of that, monsieur, I am disposed to be clement. It is probably a foolishness, but you have surprised me into it. I give you 3 minutes, monsieur, in which to leave this house and to take your own measures for your safety. What afterwards happens to you shall be no concern of mine."
"Ah, no, Andre, listen,"
Madame began in anguish. "Pardon, madame. It is the utmost that I will do, and already I am violating what I conceive to be my duty. If M. de La Tour d'Azyr remains, he not only ruins himself, but he imperils you. For unless he departs at once, he goes with me to the headquarters of the section, and the section will have his head on a pike inside of the hour. He is a notorious counter-revolutionary, a knight of the dagger, one of those whom an exasperated populace is determined to exterminate. Now, monsieur, you know what awaits you. Resolve yourself, and at once, for these ladies' sake."
"But you don't know, Andre-Louis."
Madame de Plougastel's condition was one of anguish indescribable. She came to him and clutched his arm.
"For the love of heaven, Andre-Louis, be merciful with him. You must."
"But that is what I am being, madame. Merciful. More merciful than he deserves, and he knows it. Fate has meddled most oddly in our concerns to bring us together tonight. Almost it is as if fate were forcing retribution at last upon him. Yet for your sakes, I take no advantage of it, provided that he does at once as I have desired him." And now, from behind the table, the Marquis spoke icily, and as he spoke his right hand stirred under the ample folds of his greatcoat. "I am glad, Monsieur Moreau, that you take that tone with me. You relieve me of the last scruple. You spoke of fate just now, and I must agree with you that fate has meddled oddly, though perhaps not to the end that you discern. For years now you have chosen to stand in my path and thwart me at every turn, holding over me a perpetual menace. Persistently you have sought my life in various ways, first indirectly and at last directly. Your intervention in my affairs has ruined my highest hopes, more effectively perhaps than you suppose. Throughout, you have been my evil genius, and you are even one of the agents of this climax of despair that has been reached by me tonight."
"Wait! Listen!"
Madame was panting. She flung away from Andre-Louis, as if moved by some premonition of what was coming.
"Gervais, this is horrible."
"Horrible, perhaps, but inevitable. Himself he has invited it. I am a man in despair, the fugitive of a lost cause. That man holds the keys of escape. And besides, between him and me, there is a reckoning to be paid." His hand came from beneath the coat at last, and it came armed with a pistol. Madame de Plougastel screamed and flung herself upon him. On her knees now, she clung to his arm with all her strength and might. Vainly he sought to shake himself free of that desperate clutch. "Therese!" he cried. "Are you mad? Will you destroy me and yourself? This creature has the safe conducts that mean our salvation. Himself he is nothing." From the background, Aline, a breathless, horror-stricken spectator of that scene, spoke sharply, her quick mind pointing out the line of checkmate. "Burn the safe conducts, Andre-Louis. Burn them at once, in the candles, there." But Andre-Louis had taken advantage of that moment of M. de La Tour d'Azyr's impotence to draw a pistol in his turn. "I think it will be better to burn his brains instead," he said. "Stand away from him, madame." Far from obeying that imperious command, Madame de Plougastel rose to her feet to cover the Marquis with her body. But she still clung to his arm, clung to it with unsuspected strength that continued to prevent him from attempting to use the pistol.
"Andre! For God's sake, Andre!"
she panted hoarsely over her shoulder. "Stand away, madame," he commanded her again, more sternly, "and let this murderer take his due. He is jeopardizing all our lives, and his own has been forfeit these years. Stand away!" He sprang forward with intent now to fire at his enemy over her shoulder, and Aline moved too late to hinder him.
"Andre! Andre!"
Panting, gasping, Haggard of face, on the verge almost of hysteria, the distracted Countess flung at last an effective, a terrible barrier between the hatred of those men, each intent upon taking the other's life.
"He is your father, Andre! Gervais! He is your son! Our son! The letter there, on the table. Oh, my God!"
And she slipped nervously to the ground, and crouched there sobbing at the feet of Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr. End of Book 3, Chapter 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 15. Safe Conduct. Across the body of that convulsively sobbing woman, the mother of one and the mistress of the other, the eyes of those mortal enemies met, invested with a startled, appalled interest that admitted of no words. Beyond the table, as if turned to stone by this culminating horror of revelation, stood Aline. Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr was the first to stir. Into his bewildered mind came the memory of something that Madame de Plougastel had said of a letter that was on the table. He came forward, unhindered. The announcement made, Madame de Plougastel no longer feared the sequel, and so she let him go. He walked unsteadily past this new-found son of his, and took up the sheet that lay beside the candle-branch. A long moment he stood reading it, none heeding him. Aline's eyes were all on Andre-Louis, full of wonder and commiseration, whilst Andre-Louis was staring down, in stupefied fascination, at his mother. Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr read the letter slowly through. Then very quietly he replaced it, his next concern being the product of an artificial age sternly schooled in the suppression of emotion, was to compose himself. Then he stepped back to Madame de Plougastel's side and stooped to raise her. "Therese," he said. Obeying by instinct the implied command, she made an effort to rise and to control herself in her turn. The Marquis half conducted, half carried her to the armchair by the table. Andre-Louis looked on. Still numbed and bewildered, he made no attempt to assist. He saw as in a dream the Marquis bending over Madame de Plougastel. As in a dream he heard him ask, "How long have you known this, Therese?" I have always known it. Always. I confided him to Kercadiou. I saw him once as a child. Oh, but what of that? Why was I never told? Why did you deceive me? Why did you tell me that this child had died a few days after birth? Why, Therese? Why? I was afraid. I thought it better so that nobody, not even you, should know. And nobody has known save Quentin, until last night, when to induce him to come here and save me, he was forced to tell him. But I, Therese, the Marquis insisted. It was my right to know. Your right? What could you have done? Acknowledge him? And then, Ha!" It was a queer, desperate note of laughter. "There was Plougastel, there was my family, and there was you. You, yourself, who had ceased to care, in whom the fear of discovery had stifled love. Why should I have told you then? Why? I should not have told you now had there been any other way to save you both. Once before I suffered just such dreadful apprehensions when you and he fought in the Bois. I was on my way to prevent it when you met me. I would have divulged the truth as a last resource to avert that horror. But mercifully, God spared me the necessity then." It had not occurred to any of them to doubt her statement, incredible though it might seem. Had any done so, her present words must have resolved all doubt, explaining as they did much that to each of her listeners had been obscure until this moment. Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr, overcome, reeled away to a chair and sat down heavily. Losing command of himself for a moment, he took his haggard face in his hands. Through the windows open to the garden came from the distance the faint throbbing of a drum, to remind them of what was happening around them, but the sound went unheeded. To each it must have seemed that here they were face to face with a horror greater than any that might be tormenting Paris. At last, Andre-Louis began to speak, his voice level and unutterably cold. "Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr," he said, "I trust that you'll agree that this disclosure, which can hardly be more distasteful and horrible to you than it is to me, alters nothing, since it effaces nothing of all that lies between us. Or, if it alters anything, it is merely to add something to that score. And yet, oh, but what can it avail to talk? Here, monsieur, take this safe conduct which is made out for Madame de Plougastel's footman, and with it make your escape as best you can. In return, I will beg of you the favour never to allow me to see you or hear of you again." "Andre!" His mother swung upon him with that cry, and yet again that question. "Have you no heart? What has he ever done to you that you should nurse so bitter a hatred of him?" "You shall hear, madam. Once 2 years ago in this very room, I told you of a man who had brutally killed my dearest friend and debauched the girl I was to have married. Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr is that man." A moan was her only answer. She covered her face with her hands. The Marquis rose slowly to his feet again. He came slowly forward, his smouldering eyes scanning his son's face. "You are hard," he said grimly, "but I recognize the hardness. It derives from the blood you bear." "Spare me that," said Andre-Louis. The Marquis inclined his head. "I will not mention it again. But I desire that you should at least understand me. And you too, Therese. You accuse me, sir, of murdering your dearest friend. I will admit that the means employed were, perhaps, unworthy. But what other means were at my command to meet an urgency that every day since then proves to have existed? Monsieur de Vilmorin was a revolutionary, a man of new ideas that should overthrow society and rebuild it more akin to the desires of such as himself. I belonged to the order that quite as justifiably desired society to remain as it was.
Not only was it better so for me and mine, but I also contend, and you have yet to prove me wrong, that it is better so for all the world. That indeed no other conceivable society is possible. Every human society must of necessity be composed of several strata. You may disturb it temporarily into an amorphous whole by a revolution such as this, but only temporarily. Soon out of the chaos which is all that you and your kind can ever produce, order must be restored or life will perish. And with the restoration of order comes the restoration of the various strata necessary to organized society. Those that were yesterday at the top may in the new order of things find themselves dispossessed, without any benefit to the whole. That change I resisted. The spirit of it I fought with whatever weapons were available, whenever and wherever I encountered it. Monsieur de Vilmorin was an incendiary of the worst type, a man of eloquence full of false ideals that misled poor, ignorant men into believing that the change proposed could make the world a better place for them. You are an intelligent man, and I defy you to answer me from your heart and conscience that such a thing was true or possible. You know that it is untrue. You know that it is a pernicious doctrine. And what made it worse on the lips of Monsieur de Vilmorin was that he was sincere and eloquent. His voice was a danger that must be removed, silenced. So much was necessary in self-defense. In self-defense I did it. I had no grudge against Monsieur de Vilmorin. He was a man of my own class, a gentleman of pleasant ways, amiable, estimable, and able. You conceive me slaying him for the very lust of slaying, like some beast of the jungle flinging itself upon its natural prey. That has been your error from the first. I did what I did with the very heaviest heart. Oh, spare me your sneer. I do not lie. I have never lied. And I swear to you here and now, by my every hope of heaven, that what I say is true. I loathed the thing I did. Yet for my own sake and for the sake of my order, I must do it. Ask yourself whether Monsieur de Vilmorin would have hesitated for a moment, if by procuring my death he could have brought the utopia of his dreams a moment nearer realization. After that, you determined that the sweetest vengeance would be to frustrate my ends by reviving in yourself the voice that I had silenced, by yourself carrying forward the fantastic apostleship of equality that was Monsieur de Vilmorin's. You lacked the vision that would have shown you that God did not create men equals. Well, you are in case tonight to judge which of us was right, which wrong. You see what is happening here in Paris. You see the foul spectre of anarchy stalking through a land fallen into confusion. Probably you have enough imagination to conceive something of what must follow. And do you deceive yourself that out of this filth and ruin there will rise up an ideal form of society? Don't you understand that society must reorder itself presently out of all this? But why say more?
I must have said enough to make you understand the only thing that really matters. That I killed Monsieur de Vilmorin as a matter of duty to my order. And the truth, which though it may offend you, should also convince you, is that tonight I can look back on that deed with equanimity, without a single regret, apart from what lies between you and me. When, kneeling beside the body of your friend that day at Gavrillac, you insulted and provoked me, had I been the tiger you conceived me, I must have killed you too. I am, as you may know, a man of quick passions. Yet I curbed the natural anger you aroused in me, because I could forgive an affront to myself where I could not overlook a calculated attack upon my order. He paused a moment. Andre-Louis stood rigid, listening and wondering. So too the others. Then Monsieur le Marquis resumed, on a note of less assurance. In the matter of Mademoiselle Binet, I was unfortunate. I wronged you through inadvertence. I had no knowledge of the relations between you. Andre-Louis interrupted him sharply at last with a question. Would it have made a difference if you had? No, he was answered frankly. I have the faults of my kind. I cannot pretend that any such scruple as you suggest would have weighed with me. But can you, if you are capable of any detached judgment, blame me very much for that? All things considered, monsieur, I am rapidly being forced to the conclusion that it is impossible to blame any man for anything in this world. That we are all of us the sport of destiny. Consider, monsieur, this gathering, this family gathering here tonight, whilst out there... Oh, my God. Let us make an end. Let us go our ways and write fini to this horrible chapter of our lives. Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr considered him gravely, sadly, in silence for a moment. Perhaps it is best, he said at length in a small voice. He turned to Madame de Plougastel. If a wrong I have to admit in my life, a wrong that I must bitterly regret, it is the wrong that I have done to you, my dear. Not now, Gervais, not now, she faltered, interrupting him. Now, for the first and the last time. I am going. It is not likely that we shall ever meet again, that I shall ever see any of you again. You, who should have been the nearest and dearest to me. We are all, he says, the sport of destiny. Ah, but not quite. Destiny is an intelligent force moving with purpose. In life we pay for the evil that in life we do. That is the lesson that I have learnt tonight. By an act of betrayal I begot, unknown to me, a son, who, whilst as ignorant as myself of our relationship, has come to be the evil genius of my life, to cross and thwart me, and finally to help to pull me down in ruin. It is just, poetically just. My full and resigned acceptance of that fact is the only atonement I can offer you." He stooped and took one of Madame's hands that lay limply in her lap. "Goodbye, Therese." His voice broke. He had reached the end of his iron self-control. She rose and clung to him a moment, unashamed before them. The ashes of that dead romance had been deeply stirred this night, and deep down some lingering embers had been found that glowed brightly now before their final extinction. Yet she made no attempt to detain him. She understood that their son had pointed out the only wise, the only possible course, and was thankful that M. de La Tour d'Azyr accepted it. "God keep you, Gervais," she murmured. "You will take the safe conduct, and you will let me know when you are safe." He held her face between his hands an instant, then very gently kissed her and put her from him. Standing erect and outwardly calm again, he looked across at Andre-Louis, who was proffering him a sheet of paper. "It is the safe conduct. Take it, monsieur. It is my first and last gift to you, and certainly the last gift I should ever have thought of making you. The gift of life. In a sense, it makes us quits. The irony, sir, is not mine, but fate's. Take it, monsieur, and go in peace." Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr took it. His eyes looked hungrily into the lean face confronting him, so sternly set. He thrust the paper into his bosom, and then abruptly, convulsively, held out his hand. His son's eyes asked a question. "Let there be peace between us, in God's name," said the Marquis thickly. Pity stirred at last in Andre-Louis. Some of the sternness left his face. He sighed. "Goodbye, monsieur," he said. "You are hard," his father told him, speaking wistfully. "But perhaps you are in the right so to be. In other circumstances, I should have been proud to have owned you as my son. As it is..." He broke off abruptly, and as abruptly added, "Goodbye." He loosed his son's hand and stepped back. They bowed formally to each other, and then M. de La Tour d'Azyr bowed to Mademoiselle de Kercadiou in utter silence, a bow that contained something of utter renunciation, of finality. That done, he turned and walked stiffly out of the room, and so out of all their lives. Months later, they were to hear of him in the service of the Emperor of Austria. End of Book 3, Chapter 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 16. Sunrise. Andre-Louis took the air next morning on the terrace at Meudon. The hour was very early, and the newly risen sun was transmuting into diamonds the dewdrops that still lingered on the lawn. Down in the valley 5 miles away, the morning mists were rising over Paris. Yet early as it was, that house on the hill was astir already, in a bustle of preparation for the departure that was imminent. Andre-Louis had won safely out of Paris last night with his mother and Aline, and today they were to set out, all of them, for Coblentz. To Andre-Louis, sauntering there with hands clasped behind him and head hunched between his shoulders, for life had never been richer in material for reflection, came presently Aline, through one of the glass doors from the library. "You're early astir?" she greeted him. "Faith, yes. I haven't been to bed." "No," he assured her in answer to her exclamation. "I spent the night, or what was left of it, sitting at the window, thinking." "My poor Andre." "You describe me perfectly. I am very poor, for I know nothing, understand nothing. It is not a calamitous condition until it is realized. Then..." He threw out his arms and let them fall again. His face, she observed, was very drawn and haggard. She paced with him along the old granite balustrade over which the geraniums flung their mantle of green and scarlet. "Have you decided what you are going to do?" she asked him. "I have decided that I have no choice. I, too, must emigrate. I am lucky to be able to do so, lucky to have found no one amid yesterday's chaos in Paris to whom I could report myself, as I foolishly desired. Else I might no longer be armed with these." He drew from his pocket the powerful passport of the Commission of 12, enjoining upon all Frenchmen to lend him such assistance as he might require, and warning those who might think of hindering him that they did so at their own peril. He spread it before her. "With this I conduct you all safely to the frontier. Over the frontier, Monsieur de Kercadiou and Madame de PLOUGASTEL will have to conduct me, and then we shall be quits." "Quits?" quoth she. "But you will be unable to return." "You conceive, of course, my eagerness to do so. My child, in a day or two there will be inquiries. It will be asked what has become of me. Things will transpire. Then the hunt will start. But by then we shall be well upon our way, well ahead of any possible pursuit. You don't imagine that I could ever give the government any satisfactory explanation of my absence, assuming that any government remains to which to explain it." "You mean that you will sacrifice your future? This career upon which you have embarked?" "In the pass to which things have come, there is no career for me down there. At least no honest one. And I hope you do not think that I could be dishonest. It is the day of the Dantons and the Marats, the day of the rabble. The reins of government will be tossed to the populace, or else the populace, drunk with the conceit with which the Dantons and the Marats have filled it, will seize the reins by force. Chaos must follow, and a despotism of brutes and apes, a government of the whole by its lowest parts. It cannot endure, because unless a nation is ruled by its best elements, it must wither and decay." "I thought you were a Republican," said she. "Why, so I am. I am talking like one. I desire a society which selects its rulers from the best elements of every class and denies the right of any class or corporation to usurp the government to itself, whether it be the nobles, the clergy, the bourgeoisie, or the proletariat. For government by any one class is fatal to the welfare of the whole. 2 years ago our ideal seemed to have been realized. The monopoly of power had been taken from the class that had held it too long and too unjustly by the hollow right of heredity. It had been distributed as evenly as might be throughout the state. And if men had only paused there, all would have been well. But our impetus carried us too far. The privileged orders goaded us on by their very opposition, and the result is the horror of which yesterday you saw no more than the beginnings. No, he ended. Careers there may be for venal place-seekers, for opportunists, but none for a man who desires to respect himself. It is time to go. I make no sacrifice in going.
But where will you go? What will you do?
Oh, something. Consider that in 4 years I have been lawyer, politician, swordsman, and buffoon, especially the latter. There is always a place in the world for Scaramouche. Besides, do you know that unlike Scaramouche, I have been oddly provident? I am the owner of a little farm in Saxony. I think that agriculture might suit me. It is a meditative occupation, and when all is said, I am not a man of action. I haven't the qualities for the part. She looked up into his face, and there was a wistful smile in her deep blue eyes. Is there any part for which you have not the qualities, I wonder? Do you really? Yet you cannot say that I have made a success of any of those which I have played. I've always ended by running away. I am running away now from a thriving fencing academy, which is likely to become the property of Leduc. That comes of having gone into politics, from which I am also running away. It is the one thing in which I really excel. That, too, is an attribute of Scaramouche.
Why will you always be deriding yourself? She wondered.
Because I recognize myself for part of this mad world, I suppose. You wouldn't have me take it seriously. I should lose my reason utterly if I did, especially since discovering my parents.
Don't, Andre, she begged him. You are insincere, you know.
Of course I am. Do you expect sincerity in man when hypocrisy is the very keynote of human nature? We are nurtured on it, we are schooled in it, we live by it, and we rarely realize it. You have seen it rampant and out of hand in France during the last 4 years. Cant and hypocrisy on the lips of the revolutionaries, cant and hypocrisy on the lips of the upholders of the old regime. A riot of hypocrisy out of which in the end is begotten chaos. And I, who criticize it all on this beautiful, God-given morning, am the rankest and most contemptible hypocrite of all. It was this, the realization of this truth, kept me awake all night. For 2 years I have persecuted by every means in my power Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr. He paused before uttering the name, paused as if hesitating how to speak of him. And in those 2 years I have deceived myself as to the motive that was spurring me. He spoke of me last night as the evil genius of his life, and himself, he recognized the justice of this. It may be that he was right, and because of that it is probable that even had he not killed Philippe de Vilmorin, things would still have been the same. Indeed, today I know that they must have been. That is why I call myself a hypocrite. A poor, self-duping hypocrite.
But why, Andre?
He stood still and looked at her.
Because he sought you, Aline.
Because in that alone He must have found me ranged against him, utterly intransigent. Because of that, I must have strained every nerve to bring him down, so as to save you from becoming the prey of your own ambition. I wish to speak of him no more than I must. After this, I trust never to speak of him again. Before the lines of our lives crossed, I knew him for what he was. I knew the report of him that ran countryside. Even then I found him detestable. You heard him allude last night to the unfortunate La Binet. You heard him plead, in extenuation of his fault, his mode of life, his rearing. To that there is no answer, I suppose. He conforms to type. Enough. But to me, he was the embodiment of evil, just as you have always been the embodiment of good. He was the embodiment of sin, just as you are the embodiment of purity. I had enthroned you so high, Aline, so high, and yet no higher than your place. Could I, then, suffer that you should be dragged down by ambition? Could I suffer the evil I detested to mate with the good I loved? What could have come of it but your own damnation, as I told you that day at Gavrillac? Because of that, my detestation of him became a personal, active thing. I resolved to save you at all costs from a fate so horrible. Had you been able to tell me that you loved him, it would have been different. I should have hoped that in a union sanctified by love you would have raised him to your own pure heights, but that out of considerations of worldly advancement you should lovelessly consent to mate with him. Oh, it was vile and hopeless. And so I fought him, a rat fighting a lion, fought him relentlessly, until I saw that love had come to take in your heart the place of ambition. Then I desisted. Until you saw that love had taken the place of ambition? Tears had been gathering in her eyes whilst he was speaking. Now amazement eliminated her emotion. But when did you see that? When? I was mistaken. I know it now. Yet at the time... Surely, Aline, that morning when you came to beg me not to keep my engagement with him in the Bois, you were moved by concern for him. For him? It was concern for you, she cried without thinking what she said. But it did not convince him. For me? When you knew, when all the world knew what I had been doing daily for a week. Ah, but he was different from the others you had met. His reputation stood high. My uncle accounted him invincible. He persuaded me that if you met, nothing could save you. He looked at her, frowning. Why this, Aline? He asked her with some sternness. I can understand that having changed since then, you should now wish to disown those sentiments. It's a woman's way, I suppose. Oh, what are you saying, Andre? How wrong you are! It is the truth I have told you. And was it concern for me, he asked her, that laid you swooning when you saw him return wounded from the meeting? That was what opened my eyes. Wounded? I had not seen his wound. I saw him sitting alive and apparently unhurt in his calèche. And I concluded that he had killed you, as he had said he would. What else could I conclude? He saw light, dazzling, blinding. and it scared him. He fell back, a hand to his brow.
"And that was why you fainted?"
he asked incredulously. She looked at him without answering, and she began to realize how much she had been swept into saying by her eagerness to make him realize his error. A sudden fear came creeping into her eyes. He held out both hands to her.
"Aline! Aline!"
His voice broke on the name.
"It was I? Oh, blind Andre, it was always you. Always. Never, never did I think of him, not even for loveless marriage, save once for a little while when that theatre girl came into your life, and then—"
She broke off, shrugged, and turned her head away.
"I thought of following ambition, since there was nothing left to follow."
He shook himself. "I am dreaming, of course. Or else I am mad," he said.
"Blind, Andre. Just blind," she assured him.
Blind only where it would have been presumption to have seen. "And yet," she answered him with a flash of the Aline he had known of old, "I have never found you lack presumption." Monsieur de Kercadiou, emerging a moment later from the library window, beheld them holding hands and staring each at the other beatifically, as if each saw paradise in the other's face. End of Book 3, Chapter 16. End of Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Thank you for listening.